period when the Earth was moonless is probably the most remote recollection of mankind. Democritus, Anaxagoras, taught that there was a time when the Earth was without the moon. Aristotle wrote that Arcadia in Greece, before being inhabited by the Hellenes, had a population of Pelasgians, and that these aborigines occupied the land already before there was a moon in the sky above the Earth. For this reason, they were called proselynes. Apollonius of Rhodes mentioned the time when not all orbs were yet in the heavens, before the Danaan and Deucalion races came into existence, and only the Arcadians lived, of whom it is said that they dwelt on the mountains and fed on acorns before there was a moon. Plutarch wrote, in Roman Questions, there were Arcadians of Evander's following, the so-called pre-lunar people. Similarly, wrote Ovid, the Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Jove, and the folk is older than the moon. Hippolytus refers to a legend that Arcadia brought forth Pelasgians of greater antiquity than the moon. Lucian, in his astrology, says that the Arcadians affirm in their folly that they are older than the moon. Censorinus also alludes to the time in the past when there was no moon in the sky. Some allusions to the time before there was a moon may be found also in the scriptures. In Job 25:5, the grandeur of the Lord who makes peace in the heights is praised, and the time is mentioned before there was a moon, and it did not shine. Also in Psalm 72:5 it is said, Thou wasn't feared since the time of the sun and before the time of the moon, a generation of generations. A generation of generations means a very long time. Of course, it is of no use to counter this psalm with the myth of the first chapter of Genesis, a tale brought down from exotic and later sources. The memory of a world without a moon lives in oral tradition among the Indians. The Indians of Bogota, Highlands, and the eastern Cordilleras of Colombia relate some of their tribal reminiscences to the time before there was a moon. In the earliest times, when the moon was not yet in the heavens, say the tribesmen of the Chibchas, there are currently 3 theories of the origin of the moon. 1. The moon originated at the same time as the Earth, being formed substantially from the same material, aggregated and solidifying. 2. Was formed not in the vicinity of the Earth, but in a different part of the solar system, and was later captured by the Earth. 3. The moon was originally a portion of the terrestrial crust, and was torn out, leaving behind the bed of the Pacific. All 3 theories claim the presence of the moon on an orbit around the Earth for billions of years. Mythology may supply each of these views with some support. Genesis 1, for the first view. The birth of Aphrodite from the sea for the third view. Aphrodite's origin in the disruption of Uranus, and also the violence of sin, the Babylonian moon, seems to support the second view. Since mankind on both sides of the Atlantic preserved the memory of a time when the Earth was without a moon, the first hypothesis, namely of the moon originating simultaneously with the Earth and in its vicinity, is to be excluded, leaving the other 2 hypotheses to compete between themselves. We have seen that the traditions of diverse peoples offer corroborative testimony to the effect that in a very early age, but still in the memory of mankind, no moon accompanied the Earth. Since human beings already peopled the Earth, it is improbable that the moon sprang from it. There must have existed a solid lithosphere, not a liquid Earth. Thus, while I do not claim to know the origin of the moon, I find it more probable that the moon was captured by the Earth. Such an event would have occurred as a catastrophe. If the moon's formation took place away from the Earth, its composition may be quite different. There is no evidence to suggest whether the moon was a planet, a satellite of another planet, or a comet at the time of its capture by the Earth. Whatever atmosphere it may have had was pulled away by the Earth by other contacting bodies or dissipated in some other way. Since the time the moon began to accompany the Earth, it underwent the influence of contacts with comets and planets that passed near the Earth in subsequent ages. The mass of the moon being less than that of the Earth, the moon must have suffered greater disturbances in cosmic contacts. During these contacts, the moon was not carried away. This is due to the fact that no body more powerful than the Earth came sufficiently close to the moon to take it away from the Earth for good. But in the contacts that took place, the moon was removed repeatedly from one orbit to another. The variations in the position of the moon can be read in the variations in the length of the month. The length of the month repeatedly changed in subsequent catastrophic events. And for this, there exists a large amount of supporting evidence. In these later occurrences, the moon played a passive role, and Zeus in the Iliad advised it, Aphrodite, to stay out of the battle in which Athena and Ares, Venus and Mars, that I pronounced wrong for the whole video, were the main contestants. What I'm thinking is when Earth was a satellite of Saturn, of course, the moon probably wasn't, there was a time when it wasn't with the Earth, maybe not even with the planets. And it sounds like there might have been a time when the moon was very close to the Earth and still molten, which if that was the case for a while, it could have acted as the, the big masculine body that was observed in the last episode. So that's a possibility, and the Earth captured the moon, like I said, and it slowly receded, or something maybe pulled it. There's so many things that could have happened, but delving down into it and trying to figure it out is fascinating. All right, references.
Hippolytus, Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE. Aristotle FR, 591 ed. V.
Plutarch, Moralia, translated by F.C. Babbitt, section 76.
Fasti, translate by Sir J. Fraser, 290. Refutatio Omnium Heresium VE.
Lucian Astrology, translated by A.M. Harmon, 1936.
Liber de Natali 19, also Scholium on Aristophanes' Clouds, line 398. Ed von Humboldt, VUE's Des. Cordiers 1816, English translate researches concerning the institutions and monuments of the ancient inhabitants of America, 1814, Volume 1, p. 87, cf. H. Fisher in Mondana Weld, 1930.
In addition to the sources cited above, the Nihongi Chronicles of Japan, Transactions, proceeding on the Japanese society, which recount how heaven and earth produced the moon god. The Kalevala of the Fens recalls a time when the moon was placed in orbit.
Cf. the effects of such an event on the Earth's rotation calculated by H. Gerstenkorn in Zeitschrift für Astrophysik 36, 1955, p. 245, Renius.
Two alternatives for the history of the moon, Science 165, 1969, S.F. Singer and L.W. Banderman. Where was the moon formed? Science 1970. The moon was formed independently of the Earth and later captured, presumably by three-body interaction, and these events were followed by the dissipation of the excess energy through tidal friction in a close encounter. More recently, a study of the lunar paleotides has shown that the moon could not have been formed in orbit around the Earth. A. J. Anderson, Lunar Paleotides and the Origin of the Earth-Moon System. The Moon and the Planets, 1978. Because of a certain degree of instability in the Sun-Earth-Moon system, the planetary origin and capture of the moon by the Earth becomes a strong dynamic possibility. R. Mackenzie and Sebehe. Get it. Stability of the Sun-Earth-Moon System. The Astronomical Journal, 1977.
Cf. U. B. Cherniak on recent lunar atmosphere, Nature, 273, 15th of June, 1978, pp.
497. The author found strong theoretical evidence of a considerable atmosphere on the moon during the greater part of its history. Yeah, I remember reading about that before. I think it's trying to grow one now. Wow, that was a longer reference than the article. I always found it odd that the Earth had was this planet of beautiful color with an atmosphere and water, and the moon, which is in the sun's comfort zone too, so-called, is barren and dead. I never quite got that. If we were both in the same place at the same time, we should look similar. I like going through the references. Astronomical knowledge before the deluge. A civilization was destroyed, the real value of which is incalculable. Hebrew tradition estimates that the population of the antediluvial world amounted to millions. Adam is said to have invented 70 languages. Cain, his son, built cities and monuments, and ruled over kings. They were representatives of generations. According to Hebrew legends, the deluge and its time had already been predicted by Enoch. And even more ancient generations were astronomical calculations, predicting this might have been the knowledge of months and of years and periods of comets that the remote generations had acquired. It was in this celestial harmony and disharmony that the secrets of the upheavals were conceived to lie. The science about the times to which the calamity could return and fall on our earth was cultivated among populations. They had a vivid remembrance of days of misfortune or of lucky escape. It is told about the children of Seth, the son of Adam, that they were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, that their inventions were not lost before they were sufficiently known. They made 2 pillars upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed, at one time by the force of fire, and on another time by the quantity of water. One was of brick, the other of stone, and they inscribed their discoveries. For all the 243 years during which the influence of Enoch prevailed. In the story of Enoch's ascension, it is said that he predicted the disaster. Enoch was driven into the sky by a fiery chariot driven by fiery chargers. That's interesting. The days thereafter, the kings who had turned back sent messengers to inquire into the fate of the men who had refused to separate themselves from Enoch, for they had noted the number of them. They found stone and great hailstones in the spot from where Enoch had risen. What was that all about? When they removed the stones, they discovered all of the bodies who had remained with Enoch. He alone was not among them. He was high in heaven. What the Agata means to tell is that a human being, and one gifted with the greatest wisdom concerning the heavenly bodies and their order, was brought away in a fiery storm which killed many, brought snow and meteorites, and which had been predicted by the one who disappeared. Some exact knowledge of the revolution of the bodies in the sky is ascribed here to the antediluvian generations. It is said that the real period of grace endured not for 7 days, but for 120 years. During this time, the flood was over mankind as a threat. Sanhedrin 108b. Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews 2:8, borrowed by Yasher Bereshit.
Genesis 5:24.
Is live in Hernando, Mississippi, where there's been spottings of a cougar and away from where a local man rolled his cell phone video on what some say is a cougar. Right back with a lot of reports.
Look at this picture here of the face on Mars, the left side. What does that look like to you? Kind of looks like a lizard to me. You see the lizard eye there, the slit? That's digital. And then they switch it over to analog and you get this. It's kind of weird.
bizarre structure has been detected towering high above Saturn's hexagon. There is something strange over Saturn's North Pole. A tremendous structure towering high above the clouds indicates that the planet's peculiar hexagonal formation is much, much bigger than was initially apparent. The data comes from Cassini, which a year after its demise plunging into Saturn's opaque atmosphere, contaminated with nuclear waste, is still leading us to new discoveries. When the probe commenced its observations in 2004 during the southern summer, it clocked a warm high-altitude vortex over the planet's south pole. Meanwhile, Saturn's north pole contains the famous hexagonal cloud pattern, but we didn't think it had a vortex until now. Would that be a Birkeland current? The long-term study has found a similar vortex forming over the North Pole as the North approaches summer. High up in the stratosphere, and just like the jet stream below it, the vortex is hexagonal. The edges of this newly found vortex appear to be hexagonal, precisely matching a famous and bizarre hexagonal cloud pattern we see deeper down in Saturn's atmosphere, said planetary scientist Lee Fletcher of the University of Leicester in the UK. The University of Leicester. Crazy.
Leicester.
Leicester? Leicester? Okay. I guess that would be better than Leicester. While we did expect to see a vortex of some kind at Saturn's North Pole as it grew warmer, its shape is really surprising. Either a hexagon has spawned spontaneously and identically in two different altitudes, one lower in the clouds and one high in the stratosphere, or the hexagon is in fact a towering structure spanning a vertical range of several hundred kilometers. Ever since its discovery in the early 1980s by the Voyager spacecraft, the hexagon has been a puzzle for planetary scientists. It wasn't until 2006 that Cassini got a good photo of it, and scientists have been trying to figure out more about it ever since. The structure is strangely symmetrical and is made by an atmospheric jet stream, with winds blowing up to 500 kilometers per hour, 300 miles per hour, and it's huge, measuring a massive 30,000 kilometers, 20,000 miles, across. Earth has a diameter of 12,742 kilometers, 7,917.5 miles. 2 Earths could fit inside the hexagon, with room to spare. It's pretty cool. It also rotates at roughly the same rate as the planet itself, indicating that the structure is tied to the planet's rotation, much like the polar front jet stream here on Earth. And a previous investigation found that using rotation, the hexagon shape could be replicated in fluid in a lab. Cassini studied the hexagon in detail using its composite infrared spectrometer, CIRS, in 2006. At this point, it was still northern winter on Saturn. Its year is around 30 Earth years. Now that's more like it. So its summers and winters are long, which meant the North Pole was in shadow, but CIRS could circumvent this hurdle since it can observe thermal radiation. However, the upper atmosphere was still too cold for reliable infrared observations, so Cassini confined itself to studying the cloud layer. But in 2009, Saturn's North Pole started to emerge from winter. The atmosphere warmed and things turned around. We were able to use the CIRS instrument to explore the northern stratosphere for the first time, from 2014 onwards, said planetary scientist Sandrine Gerlet of the Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique in France.
The Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique.
Laboratoire de Météorologie Dynamique.
in France. As the polar vortex became more and more visible,
We noticed it had hexagonal edges and realized that we were seeing the pre-existing hexagon at much higher altitudes than previously thought. It towered hundreds of kilometers over the clouds and showed quite different behavior.
from the southern vortex. It's cooler.
Not as mature, and of course, the South Pole has no hexagon. But since wind conditions change dramatically with altitude,
The fact that the hexagon shape persists so much higher than the cloud tops is a baffling conundrum. One way that wave information can leak upwards is via a process called evanescence.
where the strength of a wave decays with height,
but is just about strong enough
to still persist up into the stratosphere, said Fletcher. Well, of course, we know it has to be an electric event. We simply need to know more, because we refuse to see the electricity. It's quite frustrating, anyhow, that we only discovered this stratospheric hexagon right at the end of Cassini's lifespan. And why did you kill it? Afraid what you might find? Saturn's northern summer has already peaked.
with the solstice occurring May 2017. Of course, time flies. There are still several years left of summer, and it's expected that the North Pole vortex will continue to develop. However, with Cassini's mission ended, it's uncertain whether scientists will be able to observe these changes. The Cassini spacecraft continued to provide new insights and discoveries right up to the very end. Without a capable spacecraft like Cassini,
These mysteries would have remained unexplored by an international team sending a sophisticated robotic explorer
to a previously unexplored destination, with results that keep flowing even when the mission itself has ended. The team's research has been published in the journal Nature Communications. The end. Saturn's Polar Vortex by Stephen Smith. May 30th, 2018. Electricity influences Saturn's environment. The picture at the top of the page could be mistaken for recent images of Jupiter's gray-red spot. However, the swirling vortex is actually located in the center of Saturn's vast hexagonal north polar formation. Hexagons and other polygons can sometimes occur in hurricanes, so astrophysicists believe that fluid dynamics can explain what they call a mysterious phenomenon. In 2010, physicists from Oxford University spun a 30-liter cylinder of water with a ring of viscous green dye inside, spinning faster than the cylinder. Their thinking was that a jet stream analog could provide a plausible description of what is happening on Saturn if several factors are ignored. First, they did not produce concentric rings around the hexagon, each with different temperatures. Second, Saturn's poles are hotter than theories predict. Third, there are aurorae at the poles. Fourth, there is electric charge flow connecting Saturn's poles to its family of moons. Additionally, the winds in the polar vortex are 4 times faster than any hurricane. Nor does it move around. Such kinetic experiments are insufficient in scope. Since electrical effects are not considered, perhaps the kinetic model should be stood on its head. The polygons in hurricanes should be reevaluated in the light of electrical theories. Electricity flowing through plasmas can create a central column surrounded by concentric cylinders. As retired professor of electrical engineering, Dr. Donald Scott proved, filamentary structures form evenly spaced vortices surrounding the column,
As the filaments rotate around one another, a hexagonal cross-section forms inside. In an electric universe, electricity moves along charged Brooklyn currents connecting the sun. Energy flows most strongly into the giant gas planets because their charge differential with the sun is greater than that of their smaller rocky cousins. The electric sun is what drives so-called meteorological activity on Saturn. Many years ago, planetary scientists admitted that Saturn's polar hurricane cannot be explained. The driving forces behind the motion, and indeed the global motion of Saturn's atmosphere, still need to be understood. Their lack of understanding is because electrodynamic circuits initiate anomalous heating on Saturn. Not only Saturn, but the other gas planets as well. Jupiter and Neptune display hot poles. The double eye vortex on Venus, along with the hot poles on Enceladus, Titan, and Io, will also benefit from acknowledging the principal tenets of an electric universe. Stephen Smith. Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians, the Titans, the most ancient.
Worship the planets and the 7 great gods that were the 7 planets. So they get the week. That's why a week isn't just 3 days, 10 days, 15 days, 14 days, 6 days. It's 7 days. Now each cult would have additional feast days assigned to them, of course, some which would closely coincide, others which were more specific. In fact, the hands of a clock also represent these cults and their division of time. That's right. Not only on a wristwatch do you have the 12 demarcated zones, but you have 3 hands on a clock. The hour hand for Horus, the sun, the min hand for minute, which was the ancient name of the moon, min, and the quick ticking hand, which is either for Mercury, the fastest god, or for the Earth, for terrestrial time. The 3 hands of time. I want to emphasize again at this point that there was another little division on a timeline. It's very important to realize that if we create a timeline from, say, 25,000 years BC up until the period of the Ptolemies in Egypt, that's Alexandrian period, the last of the dynasties. What we call Egypt lasted that long. It starts 25,000 years ago and comes up to the time of the invasion of the Greeks. Something incredible must have been happening in that time, because we have to realize that that's a very long, expansive time. In fact, if you take every other age that came later, and I'm talking about the Alexandrian period, I'm talking about the Christian period, or the Grecian period, the Hellenistic period, the Romanesque period, the Renaissance, the Christian period that came then, we move into the neoclassical period, and then we have the modern age. Take it all, multiply it by 3, and still the period that we know of Egypt was longer. But just for this moment in time, realize that there was another important division between these 4 great cults of power. As I said earlier, the stellar and the lunar cult had women as equals, and often women were the dominant rulers of the clans and the nations, and were in senior positions, mystically, religiously, and also politically. Whereas in the Saturnian and solar cult, and this is a key point to remember, the role of women was substantially diminished. We're going to see a little bit more of that later. Now, the male gods of Egypt and the pharaoh himself were ambassadors of the feminine goddess Numenon. Okay, Numenon just means presence or spiritual energy, something rare and otherworldly.
It's moving back against the wall. It's backing up. It's moving away from them.
You see some copy?
Prehistoric Dacia, the Pelasgians, the Titans,
The most ancient and most glorious among all Pelasgian tribes were the Titans. They were called by the authors Genus Antiquum and Terry Philly Virgil. According to the Theogonies of Hesiod, the first children conceived with Gaia and Uranus were the Titans, 12 in number, 6 men and 6 women, and their names were the following: Oceanus, Koios, Cryos, Hyperon, Leptos, and Kronos, Rhea, Tethys, Thea, Mnemosyne, Nimbazine, and Phoebe. In fact, most of these names represent only simple personifications of geographical regions, rivers, and mountains. 1. Hyperon, a word whose meaning is person from beyond, represented, that's an odd name, represented the region from beyond the mountain, Transylvania of today, or the country from beyond, as the people from Romania call it. Anonymous Bele, Ragmaturus, Terra Ultra Savannah, and Ultra Silius. The Odyssey mentions Hyperia, or the country beyond, situated close to the Cyclops, from where Lafici immigrated. Tethys corresponds to the forms of Tetsis, and Tetsis or Tetsis conform to its ancient pronunciation. In the Old Greek language, the letter TH had a sibilant sound, and S was added to T, and sometimes TH represented Z. For example, Zeus was in reality the same word as Theos. According to the ancient legends, Tethys had been married with Oceanus Potamos, or is true, and in this way they gave birth to a large number of names of big and important rivers, along which were settled various Pelasgian populations. Hesiod, by its name as well as by the geography of the legends of Theogony, Tethys is only a personification of a big river from the western parts of ancient Dacia, which flows into the Danube. In medieval documents and chronicles of Hungaria, Tidia, the country of this goddess, was in the northern parts of Illyria, near the sources of the river Oceanus, or Istru. From a geographical point of view, Themis personified the antiquity to the river today called Timis, which springs from the southwestern Carpathians of Transylvania and flows into the Danube. One of the daughters of the goddess of Themis was called Dice, the goddess of justice. She just throws the dice. She represented by name and attributions. The most just of all, Herodotus. According to Herodotus, the most just of all Thracians, and according to Homer in the Iliad, the inhabitants from the north of Thrace were the most just of all peoples, and they were called the Getae. Theas, a lot of these names are just really hard to pronounce. The Hyperboreans, who dwelt, as we know, north of the lower Danube, were considered descendants of the Titans. Atlas, the most powerful king of the Hyperboreans, who later was transformed into a huge mount, was also a Titan, or in other words, the Titans were the dominant tribe of this kingdom. Latona, the Hyperborean virgin, who, being chased by Juno, wandered through the world and gives birth to Apollo and Diana in the island of Delos, was the daughter of a Titan. Titans played a very important role in the history of the First Pelasgian Empire. They formed the most ancient, most noble, most energetic class in the social hierarchy. During the times of Uranus and Saturn, the first kings of the Pelasgian state were from the family of the Titan. The Titans administered all the public functions. They were at the same time the religious chiefs of the Pelasgian state, for which they were also called Titan gods. Homer, Hesiod, Theogony. It's funny, Theogony, I think that's what we call theology. The Titans dethroned Uranus and gave the empire to Saturn, after which they sustained together a 10-year difficult war against Jove. But Saturn was defeated and Jove occupied the throne of Uranus. Unhappy with this change, the Titans rose again under the leadership of Atlas, wanting to oust Jove and reinstate Saturn, but their fate was unfavorable. They were defeated the second time. Hyginus.
I'm getting that deja vu feeling again.
Oh, nice. Some were shut into deep and vast cave called Tartaros, assiduous theogony, while others left the region from near the Istru, immigrated and scattered through various Pelasgian lands. The figure of a Titan from the Egyptian planisphere of Kircher, and they got the guy holding two snakes. The Battle of the Titans with Jove took place in the woodlands of Tartessius, near Cerna, on the territory of ancient Dacia, in the same region which figures under the name Sidereal Pylea at Homer, Iliad, Assiduous Theogony, or the mountains near the cataracts of the Danube. Now, I don't know if any of this is true, but I'm just reading this from this person about the Pelasgians, and a lot of it might just be metaphors, I don't know, but I just find it really interesting because I really am intrigued by the older a civilization is, the more intrigued I am to learn about it, so it's just checking it out. Him.
Metaphors for the planets, what was going on above their heads.
Orphic hymn, the Titans are called the proto-parents of our parents, Pauli. We have therefore the explanation of the word Titans, with all the meaning of
patres and progenitores.
Patres and progenitors. The etymology of this name is reduced then by its form and meaning to the radical tata or teta, tata, parent, father, parent. It results therefore that the term Titans is identical by its origin and meaning with the Romanian form Titani, forefathers. Interesting. With the ousting of Saturn from the empire, the political role of the so-called Titani ceases. Their numerous class, rich, powerful, and superb, is completely extinguished. Oh, really? The Illuminati, maybe, of the time? Some are destroyed in a great civil war. Couldn't imagine that ever happening. Which ends with the catastrophe at Tartessius. Others are shut in dark caves, Tartaros, and those who could escape the fury of the victors are forced to find another country. Some take refuge in Italy. Others scatter through Helena, Asia Minor, Hispania, and the northern parts of Europe, Germany. Among the most ancient tribes of Rome, the historical traditions mention the so-called Tatienses. Tatienses. These Tatini formed together with two other tribes called the Ramnes and Lucers.
Ramnes and Luceres.
Ramnes and Luceres, the wealthiest, most noble, and high social class of ancient Rome. They are called Patres. And are considered as all the public affairs of the Roman ancient glory. They considered themselves a class of a different nationality and a different blood than the other poor, uncultured citizens of obscure origins, whom they call
people that just don't care about anything except, watching TV and going shopping. That's unfortunate, but that's how these people can take advantage of us.
It belonged to the original organization of the Pelasgian society, or in other words, the fundamental organization of Rome was that which the Pelasgians had in the times of the Titans, and they haven't given it up since. They've had it ever since. They've been in charge since the beginning. We find other remains of the noble and famous tribe of the Titans scattered around the Aegean Mediterranean Sea. As Philochorus tells us, one of the ancient Titans had settled in Attica, a powerful Titan with the name of
Titius.
Titius, son of Gaia, was mentioned as king of Eubae, Apollodorus. Finally, a tribe with the name Titi appears in the territory of Hispania, even at the time when this peninsula was not conquered by the Romans. They had a particular sympathy for the Roman people, a similarity, parents of Rome, towards them. Their legates were admitted in the Senate, and although they were barbarians, they were permitted to speak in their national language. Traces of the name of the ancient Titans from the lower Danube have been also preserved in the medieval documents of Hungary. A village with the name of Tathan, today Tetani, is mentioned at 1205 close to Buda. Another village, Tethun, was around 1279 in the country Simagiu, a wealthy and powerful family of nobles whose possessions were between the rivers Drava and Sava, is mentioned in the documents of Hungary with the name Genus Tethan. Finally, Titinius Lucius appears on a Roman inscription from Dalmatia. Finally, we note here that in old Romanian folk ballad, the parents, or the senators of the city Brasov in Transylvania, it's funny, parents and senators are similar, that's what it means, are called Tatori Turguli, and this name is attributed to them in a nationally good meaning, in no way ironic. At north of the lower Danube, the term Tartar comes from a very remote age. Greek historian Herodotus tells us that Hercules had learned the art of the bow and arrow from a Scythian called Teutaros. This shepherd from north of the lower Danube was therefore from the nation of the ancient Titans. In Greek theogonies, Saturn has also the epithet Tartaros, meaning father. In Egypt, though, Saturn was called more correctly Teutonian and was invoked in the following terms: parent of parents, great from the first time. Finally, Apollo, the god of the sun, who also had the epithet Titan, was venerated in some parts of Rome under the name Tortor, and Suetonius tells us, from the ethnic point of view, the Titans belong to the Pelasgian nation. In the genealogy of prehistoric peoples, Titan, the proto-parent of the Titans, figures as a grandson of the king Pelasgi, Apollodorus. Wow, that was a wild chapter for the giants. Well, that should be interesting, but I'm going to call it. The etymologies of the names Pelasgians and Pelagos, open sea, from the Proto-Indo-European are not quite satisfactory. Never cared for that word. Amazingly, there is not any satisfactory etymology for the name Hellenes from Proto-Indo-European, but the name is connected with Pelasgian areas. In Homer, originally, the name is applied to the warriors of Aglaeus, looks like Achilles, and later the rest of the Greeks. Aglaeus, which looks very similar to Achilles, was born in Pythiotis, and there is an ancient city named Hellas in the area. Nearby, there is an area which is called Graiki in ancient times, and is connected with a cataclysm, Ogyges, a Phoenician word, and there was an ancient city named Gria, which probably gave the name to the Greeks, Graikes, a word used by the Romans. An ancient Greek poet claims that the mother of Hellenes were Graikes. Albanian women equal beautiful in Greeks. Serbian propaganda about the priority of Slavs in Albanian areas. I don't know much about the area and all these different names. I suppose someone who was in the midst of it would know, but I think it's pretty safe to say, and here's one more here, the relations between Hellenism and Christianity in Byzantium, more correctly in the Eastern Roman Empire, in the period during Turkish rule. The Byzantine Empire was not Greek, but a Christian anti-Greek empire that destroyed the ancient Greek civilization and hated everything Greek. The Byzantine Empire banned the sacred Greek name Hellenes and replaced it with the despicable name Romeos. Been looking a little bit into this Pelasgian thing in Greece. Kind of came into a little current conspiracy here. During the classical period, enclaves under the name Pelasgian survived in several locations of mainland Greece, Crete, other regions of the Aegean Sea. Populations identified as Pelasgians spoke a language or languages that, at the time, Greeks identified as barbaric, though some ancient writers nonetheless described the Pelasgians as Greeks. A tradition also survived that large parts of Greece had once been Pelasgian before being Hellenized. Well, you know that the Hebrews call this age the Helid, and you got the Hellenes coming into Greece, and well, they're bringing hell with them, apparently. So these Hellenes come in from nowhere, steal the land from the Pelasgians, and even take their mythology. But a large part of Greece had once been Pelasgian before being Hellenized. I just repeated myself. Parts fell largely, though far from exclusively, within the territory, which by the 5th century BC was inhabited by those speakers of ancient Greek, who were identified as Ionians and Elians. Not alien, but Elian. I remember a historian named Elian. Much like all other aspects of the Pelasgians, their ethnonym was Pelasgoi. It is of extremely uncertain provenance in etymology. This Maku Sakerlu collects 15 different etymologies proposed for it by the philologists and the linguists during the past 200 years, though he admits that most are fanciful. An ancient etymology based on mere similarity of sounds linked Pelasgos to Pelargos, stork, and postulates that the Pelasgians were migrants like storks, possibly from Egypt or Palestine. Palestinian, somewhere maybe. From Egypt, where they nest. Aristophanes deals effectively with this etymology in his comedy, The Birds. One of the laws of the storks in the satirical cloud cuckoo land, playing upon the Athenian belief that they were originally Pelasgians, is that grown-up storks must support their parents by migrating elsewhere and conducting warfare. Well, that sounds familiar. Nothing's changed. Gilbert Murray summarizes the derivation from Pelasgi, neighboring land, current at this time. If Pelasgoi is connected, near the word would mean neighbor and would denote the nearest strange people to the invading Greeks. Aha, now we're getting somewhere. And this Julius Pokorny, with his papers in order, so that makes it official, derives Pelasgoi from Pelasgoi, specifically inhabitants of the Thessalian plain. He details a previous derivation, which appears in English at least as early as William Gladstone's study on Homer and the Homeric Age. If the Pelasgians were not Indo-Europeans, the name in this derivation must have been assigned by Hellenes. Ernest Klein argued that the ancient Greek word for sea, pelagos, and the Doric word pelagos, side, which is flat, shared the same root, plaque, and that the Pelasgians were not Indo-Europeans. The name in this derivation must have been assigned by the Hellenes. Ernest Klein argued that the ancient Greek word for sea, pelagos, pelagskoi, therefore meant the seamen. This could be connected to the maritime marauders referred to as the sea people. In Egyptian records, subsequent scholarship shows that the connection between the two roots is phonetically impossible. Anyways, they're saying that Zeus and the gods were Pelasgian, and the Hellenes simply came in and hijacked them, which would make not the Pelasgians the sea people, but the Hellenes, in my opinion. I mean, where the heck did they come from if they weren't indigenous? So, there were the sea people. Maybe the sea people that everyone is having such a hard time figuring out who was the Hellenes that invaded Greece. They were everywhere. Pelasgians first appear in poems of Homer. Those who are stated to be Pelasgians in the Iliad are among allies of Troy. Oh yeah, they want to kick the Hellenes out. In the section known as the Catalog of Trojans, they are mentioned between mentions of the Hellespontine, between mentions of the Hellespontine cities and the Thracians of southeastern Europe, i.e., the Hellespontine border. I don't think it's a coincidence that hell is in their name. Homer calls their town or district Larissa and characters it as fertile and its inhabitants as celebrated for their spearmanship. His record chiefs he records there as Hippothous and Peleus, sons of Lethus, son of Tutimus, thus giving them all names that were Greek, or so thoroughly Hellenized any foreign element has been effaced. In the Odyssey, Odysseus, affecting to be Cretan himself, instances Pelasgians among the tribes in the 90 cities of Crete, language mixing with language side by side. Last on his list, Homer distinguishes them from other ethnicities on the island. Cretans proper, Achaeans, Sidonians of the city Sidonia, modern Chania, Kanya, Dorians, and noble Pelasgians. The Iliad also refers to the Pelasgic Argos, which is most likely to be the plain of Thessaly, and to Pelasgic Zeus, living in and ruling over Dodona, which must be the oracular one in Epirus. However, neither passage mentions actual Pelasgians. Myrmidons. According to the Iliad, Pelasgians were camping out on the shore together with the following tribes. Towards the sea, lie the Carians and the Paeonians with curved bows, and the Leleges and Corcones, and the godly Pelasgi. Whoa, the godly, the goodly Pelasgi. Oh, the goodly. Hesiod. Later Greek writers offered little unanimity over which sites and regions were Pelasgian. One of the first was Hesiod. He calls the oracular Dodona, identified by reference to the oak, the seat of Pelasgians, clarifying Homer's Pelasgic Zeus. He mentions also that Pelasgus, the eponymous ancestors of the Pelasgians, was the father of King Lycaon of Arcadia. The Paeonians. You mean the Paeonians? Is that where the word peon comes from? Paeonian? Wouldn't be surprised. And the Greeks said that the Cretans were known liars. So I would imagine that's why the term Cretan is derogatory today.
I'd like to thank you all for coming out. We're going to go a little bit longer, try to have a chat last, and we'll do a little bit more Pelasgians. A little something.
Julius Caesar, July 100 BC to March 15th, 44 BC. Caesar was a Roman politician and military general who played a critical role in the events that led to the demise of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire. He was also an author of Latin prose. Early life and career. Caesar was born to a patrician family, the gens Julia, which claimed descent from Peleus, son of the legendary Trojan princess Aeneas, supposedly the son of the goddess Venus. The family originated from Alba Longa, 20 miles south of Rome. The cognomen Caesar originated, according to Pliny the Elder, with an ancestor who was born by Caesarean section, from the Latin verb to cut. The Historia Augusta suggests three alternative explanations. That the first Caesar had a thick head of hair, Latin Caesares. He had bright gray eyes,
Oculi CCEs.
Or that he killed an elephant in battle.
Caesare Moorish.
Caesar issued coins featuring images of elephants, suggesting that he favored this interpretation of his name. Despite their ancient pedigree, the Julii Caesares were not especially politically influential, although they had enjoyed some revival of their political fortunes in the early 1st century BC. Caesar's father, also called Gaius Julius Caesar, governed the province of Asia, and his sister Julia, Caesar's aunt, married Gaius Marius, one of the most prominent figures in the Republic. His mother, Aurelia Cotta, came from an influential family. Little is recorded of Caesar's childhood. In 85 BC, Caesar's father died suddenly, so Caesar was the head of the family at 16. His coming of age coincided with a civil war between his uncle, Gaius Marius, and the rival, Lucius Cornelius Sulla. Both sides carried out bloody purges of their political opponents. Whenever they were in ascendancy, Marius and his ally Lucius Cornelius Cinna were in control of the city when Caesar was nominated as the new Flamen Dialis, high priest of Jupiter, and he was married to Cinna's daughter,
Cornelia.
Following Sulla's final victory, though, Caesar's connections to the old regime made him a target for the new one. He was stripped of his inheritance, his wife's dowry, and his priesthood, but he refused to divorce Cornelia and was forced to go into hiding. The threat against him was lifted by the intervention of his mother's family, which included supporters of Sulla and the Vestal Virgins. Sulla gave in reluctantly and is said to have declared that he saw many Marius in Caesar. Ironically, the loss of his priesthood had allowed him to pursue a military career, as the high priest of Jupiter was not permitted to touch a horse, sleep 3 nights outside his own bed, or 1 night outside Rome, or look upon an army. Caesar felt that it would be much safer far away from Sulla, should the dictator change his mind. So he left Rome and joined the army, serving under Marcus Minucius Thermus of Asia and Servilius Isauricus in Cilicia. That rumors arose of an affair with the king, which Caesar vehemently denied for the rest of his life. Hearing of Sulla's death in 78 BC, Caesar felt safe enough to return to Rome. He lacked means since his inheritance was confiscated, but acquired a modest house in Subura.
Subura.
Sounds like suburbs. The origin of suburbs, maybe? The lower-class neighborhood of Rome. He turned to legal advocacy and became known for his exceptional oratory, accompanied by impassioned gestures
and a high-pitched voice
and ruthless prosecution of former governors, notorious for extortion and corruption. Hey, it was even happening back then. On the way across the Aegean Sea, Caesar was kidnapped by pirates and held prisoner. He maintained an attitude of superiority throughout his entire captivity. Pirates demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, but he insisted they ask for 50. After the ransom was paid, Caesar raised a fleet, pursued and captured the pirates, and imprisoned them. He had them crucified on his own authority, as he had promised while in captivity, a promise that the pirates had taken as a joke. As a sign of leniency, he first had their throats cut. He was soon called back into military action in Asia, raising a band of auxiliaries to repel an incursion from the east. On his return to Rome, he was elected military tribune, a first step in a political career. He was elected quaestor for 69 BC, and during that year he delivered the funeral oration for his Aunt Julia, and included images of her husband Marius in the funeral procession, unseen since the days of Sulla. His wife Cornelia also died that year. Caesar went to serve his quaestorship in Spain after her funeral. In the spring or early summer of 69 BC, while there, he is said to have encountered a statue of Alexander the Great, and realized with dissatisfaction he was now at an age when Alexander had the world at his feet, while he had achieved comparatively little. On his return in 67 BC, he married Pompeia, granddaughter of Sulla, whom he later divorced in 61 BC, after her embroilment in the Bona Dea scandal. In 65 BC, he was elected Curia Legio and staged lavish games that won him further attention and popular support. In 63 BC, he ran for election to the post Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of the Roman state religion. He ran against two powerful senators. Accusations of bribery were made by all sides. Caesar won comfortably,
just like the
despite
Pope,
his opponent's greater experience and standing. Cicero was consul that year, and he exposed Catiline's conspiracy to seize control of the republic. Several senators accused Caesar of involvement in the plot. After serving as praetor in 62 BC, Caesar was appointed to govern Hispania Ulteria, modern southeastern Spain, as propraetor, though some sources suggest that he held proconsular power. Caesar was acclaimed imperator in 60 and 45 BC. In the Roman Republic, this was an honorary title assumed by certain military commanders after an especially great victory. Army troops in the field would proclaim their commander imperator, an acclamation necessary for a general to apply to the Senate for a triumph. However, he also wanted to stand for consul, the most senior magistracy in the Republic. If he were to celebrate a triumph, he would have to remain a soldier and stay outside the city until the ceremony. But to stand for election, he would need to lay down his command and enter Rome as a private citizen. He could not do both in the time available. He asked the Senate for permission to stand in absentia, but Cato blocked the proposal. Faced with the choice between a triumph and the consulship, Caesar chose the consulship. Caesar was still deeply in debt. There was money to be made as governor, whether by extortion or by military adventurism. Caesar had 4 legions under his command. 2 of his provinces bordered on unconquered territory, and parts of Gaul were known to be unstable. Some of Rome's Gallic allies had been defeated by their rivals at the Battle of Magetobrica. With the help of a contingent of Germanic tribes, the Romans feared these tribes were preparing to migrate south, closer to Italy, and that they had a warlike intent. A Have you heard of preemptive strike? Caesar raised 2 new legions and defeated these tribes. In response to Caesar's earlier activities, the tribes in the northeast began to arm themselves. Caesar treated this as an aggression move, and after an inconclusive engagement against the united tribes, he conquered the tribes piecemeal. Meanwhile, one of his legions began the conquest of the tribes in the far north, directly opposite Britain. During the spring of 56 BC, the triumvirs held a conference, as Rome was in turmoil.
Caesar's political alliance was coming undone.
The Lucca Conference renewed the first triumvirate, and it extended Caesar's governorship for another 5 years. The conquest of the north was soon completed, while a few pockets of resistance remained. Caesar now had a secure base from which to launch an invasion of Britain. In 55 BC, Caesar repelled an incursion into Gaul by 2 Germanic tribes. He followed it up by building a bridge across the Rhine and making a show of force in Germanic territory, before returning and dismantling the bridge. Late that summer, having subdued 2 other tribes, crossed into Britain, claiming that the Britons had aided one of his enemies the previous year, possibly the Veneti of Brittany. His intelligence information was poor. Although he gained a beachhead on the coast, he could not advance further, and returned to Gaul for the winter. He returned the following year, better prepared, with a larger force, and achieved more. He advanced inland and established a few alliances. However, poor harvests led to widespread revolt in Gaul, which forced Caesar to leave Britain for the last time. While Caesar was in Britain, his daughter Julia, Pompey's wife, had died in childbirth. Caesar tried to re-secure Pompey's support by offering him his great niece in marriage, but Pompey declined.
She was but ugly.
In 53 BC, Crassus was killed, leading a failed invasion of the East. Rome was on the brink of civil war. Pompey was appointed sole consul as an emergency measure and married the daughter of a political opponent of Caesar. The triumvirate was dead. Though the Gallic tribes were just as strong as the Romans militarily, the internal division among the Gauls guaranteed an east victory for Caesar. Vercingetorix's attempt in 52 BC to reunite them against Roman invasion came too late. He proved an astute commander, defeating Caesar in several engagements. But Caesar's elaborate siege works at the Battle of Alesia finally forced his surrender. Despite scattered outbreaks of warfare the following year, Gaul was effectively conquered. Plutarch claimed that during the Gallic Wars, the army had fought against 3 million men, of whom 1 million died, and another million were enslaved, subjugated 300 tribes, and destroyed 800 cities. Civil War. In 50 BC, the Senate, led by Pompey, ordered Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome because his term as governor had finished. Caesar thought he would be prosecuted if he entered Rome without the immunity enjoyed by a magistrate. Pompey accused Caesar of insubordination and treason. On January 10, 49 BC, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River, the frontier boundary of Italy, with only a single legion, the Legio 13 Gemina, and ignited civil war. Upon crossing the Rubicon, Caesar, according to Plutarch and Suetonius, is supposed to have crossed the Rubicon River with only a single legion. He is supposed to have quoted the Athenian playwright Menander in Greek.
The die is cast.
Erasmus, however, notes that the more accurate Latin translation of the Greek imperative mood would be Alia iacta esto, let the die be cast. Pompey and many of the Senate fled to the south, having little confidence in Pompey's newly raised troops. Pompey, despite greatly outnumbering Caesar, who only had his 13th legion with him, did not intend to fight. Caesar pursued Pompey, hoping to capture Pompey before his legions could escape. Pompey managed to escape before Caesar could capture him. Heading for Spain, Caesar left Italy, hoping to capture Pompey before his legions could escape. Pompey managed to escape before Caesar could capture him, heading for Spain. Caesar left Italy under the control of Mark Antony. After an astonishing 27-day route march, Caesar defeated Pompey's lieutenants, then returned east to challenge Pompey in Illyria, where on 10 July 48 BC, in the Battle of Dyrrhachium, Caesar barely avoided a catastrophic defeat. In an exceedingly short engagement later that year, he decisively defeated Pompey at Pharsalus in Greece on 9 August 48 BC. In Rome, Caesar was appointed dictator with Mark Antony as his master of the horse, second in command. Caesar presided over his own election to a second consulship, and then, after 11 days, resigned his dictatorship. Caesar then pursued Pompey to Egypt, arriving soon after the murder of the general. There, Caesar was presented with Pompey's severed head and seal ring, receiving these with tears. He then had Pompey's assassins put to death. Caesar then became involved with an Egyptian civil war between the child pharaoh and his sister wife, the co-regent queen, Cleopatra. Perhaps as a result of the pharaoh's role in Pompey's murder, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. He withstood the siege of Alexandria, and later he defeated the pharaoh's forces at the Battle of the Nile in 47 BC and installed Cleopatra as ruler. Caesar and Cleopatra celebrated their victory with a triumphal procession on the Nile in the spring of 47 BC. The royal barge was accompanied by 400 additional ships, and Caesar was introduced to the luxurious lifestyle of the Egyptian pharaohs. Caesar and Cleopatra were not married. Caesar continued his relationship with Cleopatra throughout his last marriage. In Roman eyes, this did not constitute adultery, and probably fathered a son named Tsarion. Cleopatra visited Rome on more than one occasion, residing in Caesar's villa just outside Rome across the Tiber. Later in 48 BC, Caesar was again appointed dictator with a term of 1 year. After spending the first months of 47 BC in Egypt, Caesar went to the Middle East, where he annihilated the king of Pontus. His victory was so swift and complete that he mocked Pompey's previous victories over such poor enemies. On his way to Pontus, Caesar visited Tarsus from 27 to 29 May 47 BC. It says 25 to 27 May, and then it says Greg, where he met enthusiastic support, but where, according to Cicero, Cassius was planning to kill him at this point. Thence, he proceeded to Africa to deal with the remnants of Pompey's senatorial supporters. He was defeated by Titus Labienus at Raspina on 4 January 46 BC, but recovered to gain a significant victory at Thapsus on 6 April 46 BC over Cato, who then committed suicide. After this victory, he was appointed dictator for 10 years. Pompey's sons escaped to Spain. Caesar gave chase and defeated the last remnants of opposition in the Battle of Munda on March 45 BC. During this time, Caesar was elected to his third and fourth terms as consul in 46 BC and 45 BC, this last time without a colleague. Dictatorship and assassination. While he was still campaigning in Spain, the Senate began bestowing honors on Caesar. Caesar had not proscribed his enemies, instead pardoning almost all, and there was no serious public opposition to him. Great games and celebration, bread and circuses, were held in April to honor Caesar's victory at Munda. Plutarch writes that many Romans found the triumph held following Caesar's victory to be in poor taste, as those defeated in the civil war had not been foreigners, but instead fellow Romans. On Caesar's return to Italy in 45 BC, he filed his will, naming his grandnephew Gaius Octavian, later known as Augustus Caesar, as his principal heir, leaving his vast estate and property, including his name. Caesar also wrote that if Octavian died before Caesar did, then Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus would be the next heir in succession in his will. He also left a substantial gift to the citizens of Rome. Between his crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC and his assassination in 44 BC, Caesar established a new constitution, which was intended to accomplish three separate goals. First, he wanted to suppress all armed resistance out in the provinces and thus bring order back to the Republic. Second, he wanted to create a strong central government in Rome. Finally, he wanted to knit together all of the provinces into a single cohesive unit. The first goal was accomplished when Caesar defeated Pompey. I don't know if it's Pompey or Pompey. Anyways, when he defeated Pompey and his supporters. I imagine the town Pompey must be named after him. To accomplish the other two goals, he needed to ensure that his control over the government was undisputed. So he assumed these powers by increasing his own authority and by decreasing the authority of Rome's other political institutions. Finally, he enacted a series of reforms that were meant to address several long-neglected issues, the most important of which was his reform of the calendar. When Caesar returned to Rome, the Senate granted him triumphs for his victories, ostensibly those over Gaul, Egypt,
Pharmacies
in Juba, rather than over his Roman opponents. Not everything went Caesar's way. When Arasoni IV, Egypt's former queen, was paraded in chains, the spectators admired her dignified bearing and were moved to pity. Triumphal games were held, with beast hunts involving 400 lions and gladiator contests. A naval battle was held in a flooded basin at the Field of Mars and the Circus Maximus. 2 armies of war captives, each of 2,000 people, 200 horses, and 20 elephants, fought to the death. Again, some bystanders complained, this time at Caesar's wasteful extravagance. A riot broke out, and only stopped when Caesar had 2 rioters sacrificed by the priests on the Field of Mars. After the triumph, Caesar set out to pass an ambitious legislative agenda. He ordered a census be taken, which forced a reduction in the grain dole, and decreed that jurors could only come from the Senate or the equestrian ranks. He passed a sumptuary law that restricted the purchase of certain luxuries. After this, he passed a law that rewarded families for having many children to speed up the repopulation of Italy. Then he outlawed professional guilds, except those of ancient foundation. Since many of these were subversive political clubs, he then passed a term limit law applicable to governors. He passed a debt restructuring law, which ultimately eliminated about a fourth of all debts owed. The Forum of Caesar, with its Temple of Venus Genetrix, was then built among many other public works. Caesar also tightly regulated the purchase of state-subsidized grain and reduced the number of recipients to a fixed number, all of whom were entered into a special register. From 47 to 44 BC, he made plans for the distribution of land to about 15,000 of his veterans. The most important change, however, was his reform of the calendar. I don't think that's the most important, but okay. The Roman calendar at the time was regulated by the movement of the moon and replaced it with the Egyptian calendar based on the sun. Roman farmers were able to use it as a basis of consistent seasonal planting from year to year. He set the length of the year to 365.25 days by adding an intercalary leap day at the end of February every 4th year to bring the calendar into alignment with the seasons. He decreed that 3 extra months be inserted into 46 BC, the ordinary intercalary month at the end of February, intercalary, never heard that word before, and 2 extra months after November. Thus, the Julian calendar opened on 1 January 45 BC. This calendar is almost identical to the current Western calendar. Shortly before his assassination, he passed a few more reforms. He established a police force, appointed officials to carry out his land reforms, and ordered the rebuilding of Carthage and Corinth. He also extended Latin rights throughout the Roman world, and then abolished the tax system and reverted to an earlier version that allowed cities to collect tribute however they wanted, rather than needing Roman intermediaries. His assassination prevented further and larger schemes, which included the construction of an unprecedented temple to Mars, a huge theater, and a library on the scale of the Library of Alexandria. He also wanted to convert Ostia to a major port and cut a canal through the Isthmus of Corinth. Militarily, he wanted to conquer the Dacians and the Parthians. And avenge the loss at Carrhae. Thus, he instituted a massive mobilization. Shortly before his assassination, the Senate named him Censor for Life and Father of the Fatherland, and the month of Quintilis was named July in his honor. He was granted further honors, which were later used to justify his assassination. As a would-be divine monarch, coins were issued bearing his image, and his statue was placed next to those of the kings. He was granted a golden chair in the Senate, was allowed to wear triumphal dress wherever he chose, whenever he chose, and was offered a form of semi-official or popular cult with Mark Antony as his high priest. The history of Caesar's political appointments is complex and uncertain. Caesar held both dictatorship, tribunate, but alternated between the consulship and the proconsulship. His powers within within the state seem to have rested upon these magistracies. On the Ides of March 15th of 44 BC, Caesar was due to appear at a session of the Senate. Several senators had conspired to assassinate Caesar. Mark Antony, having vaguely learned of the plot the night before from a terrified liberator named Servilius Casca and feared the worst, went to head Caesar off. The plotters, however, had anticipated this, and fearing that Antony would come to Caesar's aid, had arranged for Trebonius to intercept him just as he approached the portico of the theater of Pompey, where the session was to be held, and detain him outside. Plutarch, however, assigns his action of delaying Antony to Brutus Albinus, which is supposedly the father of Britain, from Troy, where he heard the commotion from the Senate chamber. Antony fled, according to Plutarch. As Caesar arrived at the Senate, Tilius Cimber presented him with a petition to recall his exiled brother. The other conspirators crowded round to offer support. Both Plutarch and Suetonius say that Caesar waved him away, but Cimber grabbed his shoulders and pulled down Caesar's tunic. Caesar then cried to Cimber, "Why, this is violence. Isticritum vicest." Casca simultaneously produced his dagger and made a glancing thrust at the dictator's neck. Caesar turned around quickly and caught Casca by the arm. According to Plutarch, he said in Latin, "Casca, you villain, what are you doing?" Casca, frightened, shouted, "Help, brother!" in Greek. Within moments, the entire group, including Brutus, was striking out at the dictator. Caesar attempted to get away, but blinded by blood, he tripped and fell. The men continued stabbing him as he lay defenseless on the lower steps of the portico. According to Atropius, around 60 men participated in the assassination. He was stabbed 23 times. According to Suetonius, a physician later established that only one wound, the second one to his chest, had been lethal. The dictator's last words are not known, but certainly and are a contested subject among scholars and historians alike. Suetonius reports that others have said Caesar's last words were the Greek phrase
Kaisu Technon.
Kaisu Technon, you too, child, in English. However, Suetonius' own opinion was that Caesar said nothing. Plutarch also reports that Caesar said nothing, pulling his toga over his head when he saw Brutus among the conspirators. The version best known in the English-speaking world is the Latin phrase E tu brute, and you, Brutus, commonly rendered as you too, Brutus, best known from Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where it actually forms the first half of the Macronic line E tu brute, then fall, Caesar. This version was already popular when the play was written, as it appears in Richard Ede's Latin play Caesar Interfectus of 1582. According to Plutarch, after the assassination, Brutus stepped forward as if to say something to his fellow senators. They, however, fled the building. Brutus and his companions then marched to the Capitol while crying out to their beloved city, "People of Rome, we are once again free." They were met with silence, as the citizens of Rome had locked themselves inside their houses as soon as the rumor of what had taken place had begun to spread. Caesar's body lay where it fell, on the Senate floor, for nearly 3 hours before other officials arrived to remove it. Caesar's body was cremated, and on the site of his cremation, the Temple of Caesar was erected a few years later. I mean, they're just like, first of all, they were all cowards. It took 60 of them. He only had 23 stab wounds. Only one was lethal. They're stabbing him like a bunch of girls. And then they all ran. But then they want to honor him by building him a temple. Isn't that just the way they are, too? Jeez. A life-size wax statue of Caesar was later erected in the form of displaying the 23 stab wounds. A crowd who had gathered there started a fire which badly damaged the Forum and neighboring buildings. In the ensuing chaos, Mark Antony, Octavian, and others fought a series of 5 civil wars, which would end in the formation of the Roman Empire. Of course, you know the rest. Mark Antony went to Egypt and had a thing going on with Cleopatra, and they ended up dying. Brutus was apparently his best friend or something, and he betrayed him too. It doesn't sound to me like Caesar was doing all that bad. He was trying to help the people. The people loved him, I thought. It's still an interesting story. He was officially deified in 42 BC. The appearance of a comet during the games in his honor which was probably Venus, was taken as confirmation of his divinity, though his temple was not dedicated until after his death. He may have received divine honors during his lifetime, and shortly before his assassination, Mark Antony had been appointed as his Flamen priest. Both Octavian and Mark Antony promoted the cult of Divius Lullius after the death of Caesar. Octavian, as the adoptive son of Caesar, assumed the title Son of God.
Divi Filius.
Divi Filius, Son of God. Based on remarks by Plutarch, Caesar is sometimes thought to have suffered from epilepsy. Modern scholarship is sharply divided on the subject, and some scholars believe that he was plagued by malaria, particularly during the sullen proscriptions of the 80s. Other scholars contend his epileptic seizures were due to a parasitic infection in the brain by a tapeworm. Caesar had 4 documented episodes of what may have been a complex partial seizures, and may additionally have had absence seizures in his youth, and may have suffered from hypoglycemia. I remember one theory that I saw on TV a pretty long time ago said that he wanted to be assassinated because he didn't want to end up dying some old rag-ass renegade, or, only knew war his whole life, and he was getting old, and he had arthritis and stuff like that. Pliny the Elder reports in his Natural History that Caesar's father and forefather died without apparent cause while putting on their shoes. Suetonius, writing more than a century after Caesar's death, describes Caesar as tall of stature with fair complexion, shapely limbs, a somewhat full face, and keen black eyes. Julius Caesar. Caesar and the pirates. In 75 BCE, Julius Caesar was captured by Cilician pirates who infested the Mediterranean Sea. The Romans had never sent a navy against them because the pirates offered the Roman senators slaves, which they needed for their plantations in Italy. As a consequence, piracy was common. The Greek author Plutarch describes what happened when Caesar encountered the pirates. The translation was made by Robin Seeger. First, when the pirates demanded a ransom of 20 talents, Caesar burst out laughing. They did not know, he said, who it was they had captured. Then he volunteered to pay 50. Then, when he had sent his followers to various cities in order to raise the money, and was left with 1 friend and 2 servants among the Cilicians, about the most bloodthirsty people in the world, he treated them so high-handedly that whenever he wanted to sleep, he would send to them and tell them to stop talking. For 38 days, with the greatest unconcern, he joined in all their games and exercises, just as if he was their leader instead of their prisoner. He also wrote poems and speeches, which he had read aloud to them. And if they failed to admire his work, he would call them to their faces illiterate savages, and would often laughingly threaten to have them all hanged. They were much taken with this, and attributed his freedom of speech to a kind of simplicity in his character, or boyish playfulness. However, the ransom arrived from Miletus, and as soon as he had paid it and been set free, he immediately manned some ships and set sail from the harbor of Miletus against the pirates. He found them still there, lying at anchor off the island, and he captured nearly all of them. He took their property as spoils of war and put the men themselves into prison at Pergamon. He then went in person to Marcus Junius, the governor of Asia, thinking it proper that he, as praetor in charge of the province, should see to the punishment of the prisoners. Junius, however, cast longing eyes at the money, which came to a considerable sum, and kept saying that he needed time to look into the case. Caesar paid no further attention to him. He went to Pergamon, took the pirates out of prison, and crucified the lot of them, just as he had often told them he would do when he was on the island, and they imagined that he was joking.
Although I heard he wasn't completely ruthless, he at least slit their throats before crucifying them. So I've read that.
Alright. The legendary Pelasgian and Atlantean Empire, which is the common background beyond the Pelasgians for various cults and legends related to Sirius, Atlantis, the Garden of Hesperide, the lore about the eternal spring and paradise on Earth, Poseidon, Pallade, Athena, Perse, the Amazons, and Atlas. Various interrelated data and evidence disclose the existence of a prehistoric vast empire and a series
Gonna have
of
to put an
legendary
end screen
kings
on that.
ruled over the known world throughout Africa, Europe, Asia. Valencia Straton, 1927. Let us present some of this evidence. The Egyptian high priest and master of secrets, Manetho from Sebennytos, in the Delta, 3rd century BC, had calculated a total length of 24,925 years for the three divine dynasties of the gods, the demigods, and the Mani, aka forefathers or spirits of the dead, who had ruled in the beginning over the plains of the Nile. The oldest surviving reference to Manetho's
Andy, I'm going to get in the
Jewish historian Josephus,
Great Hall, and after this ends, we'll chat.
Historicorum Gregorium, Armenian version
Not
of
the whole
Vesuvius
thing, just the
Chronicle.
story.
Manetho from Syncelis, the Memphite theology, the Palermo and Cairo stone, the Turin royal canon, king list dated to 13th century BC. Then we should add another 5,264 for the following dynasties of mortal kings, according to Eusebius, beginning with Minos and ending with Artaxerxes Ochus. Finally, another 340 years until the time of Augustus, when Christ was born. Thus, we have a total of 30,529 years to the beginning of our era. Researchers had already observed the difference between lunar and solar years, so the initial number of circa 25,000 years could be equivalent to 2,206 solar years. According to Manetho, the first king who had reigned over the valley of the Nile, predating even Ouranos, was Hephaestus, Vulcan, as the god of fire, of sun, and of light. In its temple in Memphis, the god was associated with a pygmy, Herodotus. In Homeric times, a colony of dwarves existed south of the mouth of the Danube, near the Black Sea, Pliny and Homer in the Iliad. Diodorus of Sicily mentions also the rule of the sun. Helios equals Ouranos equals Uranus, as the first deified king, along with Saturn, Cronos, who had ruled over the plains of the Nile. Moreover, he was considered the first king ruling over the regions near the Atlas Mountain, north of the Istru. The Atlantes, or inhabitants near the Atlas Mountain, near the Oceanos Potamos, according to Diodorus, excel among all the neighboring peoples for their particular piety and hospitality. In ancient Greek etymology, Ouranos, as a personal name, derives from oros, with the Lonic suffix anos, meaning man from the mountain. His wife Gaia also had the epithet Orestera, according to Herodotus. Atlas was the name of a significant river which flew from the heights of Old Amos, the Carpathians, and into the lower Istru, Van Goos, 1974. Importantly, Ouranos was considered to be the first king of the Pelasgian race, appearing also under the name Pelasgos. There are 6 proposed etymologies for this name: becoming old, old man, voyager, and the bird, stork. Travel at sea equals the sea mariner, roam the sea, leader of the neighboring people. The size of his body, his strength and beauty surpassed that of all other mortals. Together with the gifts of his soul, he was the first to teach humans to build huts, to make clothes. He forbade them to continue eating green leaves, weeds, and roots, some of which were inedible, and others dangerous to their health, allowing them only the use of the acorn of the oak for eating. Pausanias 8. According to the Cyclus, Aeschylus, supplement woman, Pelasgos was the son of Gaia. According to the grammarian Apollodorus, Pelasgos was the forefather of the Titans. Other ancient authors, scholars of Pendar, mention that Pelasgos was the first ancestor of the Hyperboreans, near the Atlas Mount Polydorus. According to Diodorus Siculus, Uranus' reign extended especially over the western and northern parts
Grouch said
of the ancient world, especially at Dodona, one of the sacred Pelasgian cities. Uranus was also venerated under the name Zeus. Anaxi, Pelasgios, Jupiter, Imperator Pelasgus. In Homer's Iliad, Achilles invokes him under his name. He was the lord over the mountains of Dodona. According to the ancient traditions, the reign of Uranus, Pelasgios, and its pastoral tribes had extended from northern Europe to the southern areas, and beyond the Mediterranean to the plains of the Nile. It is worth mentioning that the Pelasgians had been the only people of the ancient world to which was attributed a divine origin, probably due to their extraordinary intelligence, their mortal and physical qualities, and their amazing deeds and works. The second deified king was Saturn, who also reigned over Egypt, over the vast territory reaching from Libya to the Western Ocean. He was the main divinity of the population subjected to Carthage, and remained as the predominant cult and religion even after the Roman conquest. Diodorus, Dionysus, Halicarnassus, and in other African areas.
Mauritania and Numidia.
Mauritania and Numidia. He was venerated as an ancient national divinity under the name Dominus Saturnus. A similar form of government can be found among the Hyperboreans. Hecatatus wrote that the descendants of King Boreas reigned politically over the sacred island of the Hyperboreans, being the administrators of Apollo's great temple. Diodorus of Sicily over the Dacians, Strabo, and the Pelasgian tribes of Cappadocia. The later Pelasgian communal style of living dated back to the blessed times of Kronos, Justinus Historium. The kingdom of Babylonia, which was founded in lower Mesopotamia by one so-called Belus, Philo, of Byblos, Phoenician history, who was the son of Saturn, who was the son of Saturn I and brother of Saturn II, was an integral part of the Pelasgian Empire. Its inhabitants were named Chaldeans. They did not belong to the Semitic race. Second Book of Kings 18, Isaiah 36. Later on, they represented only the class of the priests occupying themselves with astronomical observations and prophecies. The Chaldeans called Saturn Helu and claimed that he predicted the greatest number of phenomena and the biggest, Diodorus. Another interesting fact was that they believed in the immortality of the human soul, Pausinus, a belief that we find in other Pelasgian nations, such as the Hyperboreans, Plato, the Geti, and the Dacians, Herodotus. The doctrine was not of Semitic origin. It doesn't appear even in the laws of Moses. According to Cicero, Chaldeans were originally from the Caucasus, perhaps meaning the vast system of mountains from the north of the lower Danube. Diodorus mentions that Uranus had been busy for a long time with the observation of celestial phenomena. He was a prominent astronomer, even prophesizing many things which happened in the sky. In other traditions, the beginnings of astrology were attributed to Atlas, the famous king from the country of the Hyperborean, Diodorus. Plato mentions that the Hyperboreans had been the first to consider the universe as a sphere, at the center of which was the Earth. Perhaps in this deep knowledge of cosmos and universe forged the legend that the entire universe was supported on Atlas' shoulders. Pliny, Historia Naturalis. Unfortunately, after becoming master of the ancient world, Saturn had to wage two harsh and fatal wars, one against Osiris, who had proclaimed himself king of Egypt, and the other with his son, Zeus, whose wars were called the Second Titanomachy in ancient Greek literature. Osiris was called Dionysos by the Greeks, Herodotus, and Diodorus. His father, as he asserted, had been Ammon, Uranus, the king of Libya and Egypt, Diodorus. According to ancient traditions, Osiris had been reared
I did not know this was a prior live stream.
Or at
Oh well, we're going to quit soon anyway.
In Libya, where he had received instruction in all the branches of ancient sciences. According to other traditions, Saturn had three sons, Homer, the Iliad. Typhoon was called by the Greeks Philo Diodorus. Seth. Typhoon was called by the Greeks Seth, Philo, and Diodorus, as called by the Egyptians Plutarch, and Ahriman in the religious traditions of Persia and Bactria. Osiris or Dionysus, and 3. Zeus. The war between Osiris, Zeus, and Seth, Typhoon, was called Gigantomachy in ancient Greek literature. Concerning the ancient Pelasgian symbols, the raven was a symbol of Seth, of the Hyperboreans, Apollo, Herodotus. Saturn and Mithra, Varro, mentions that the name of Saturn derives from Satis, meaning the sown field. On the other hand, Typhoon, according to the poet Quintus, was from Gaia Millenia, or Terra Nigra, the fertile dark soil of human areas. Typhoon was associated with the ass, like Hephaestus with the Eleusinian mysteries, the mysteries of Cybele, Hestia, and Dionysus. Apollo was also Hyperborean, Cicero, and Diodorus. His sister Artemis spent time, according to the poet Pindar, in the country near the Istru, Olympians. One of his famous temples was situated on the holy island of the mouths of the Danube, Diodorus, which was called Luki Alba. I think that's the name of our supergroup now. Lyca. In ancient times and known today as Serpent's Island. Apollo was especially venerated in all the religions of the Exene Pontos too. Additionally, Achilles and his Myrmidons, a Pelasgian tribe, was strongly related to the area. In a fragment of the 7th century lyric poet Alcaeus, he was called the ruler of Scythia. Artentus from Miletus, in his post-Homeric epic Atropos, told the story of Achilles' death and funeral, according to which Achilles' body was not buried in the Troad, but it was snatched from the pyre by Thetis and brought to Lyke, the White Island. Another Pelasgian ruler was Neptune. Ancient Greek traditions remind us that initially he had reigned over the country of the Hyperboreans, but after the dethronement of Saturn, Plato, Critias, and the great empire of the ancient world having been divided, Neptune had received the territory called Atlantis. That territory, which Plato called Atlantis, had in the beginning the name Etheria, a Pelasgian word altered in Greek literature, synonymous with Terra or Gaia. Now, in the last, that's the second time now that I've heard that the Atlanteans were Pelasgian. In the tablets of Linear B scripture of from Pylos, Pelea is also referred among other deities. Pelea is related to Poseidon, protector god of Pylos. The ceremonies of sanctification were held on their altars. Altar of Pelea. For Pelea, the offerings included a golden cup and a woman. The deity has been correlated with Phersepasa, Persia, namely Persephone in Mycenaean Greek, but this view is not widely accepted. Palmer, 1963. Emphylidaia was a princess of Thessalian origin, one of the lovemaids of Poseidon, and the mother of the giants Odos and Iphiatus, Odyssey, Apollodorus, Metamorphosis. In fact, she was also a Crethian deity who was celebrated in Bodian, Anthedona, Naxos, and Caria. Probable her area of origin. Finally, Diphia was a deity of Pamphylia, or the female alternative of Zeus, later known as Dion. See Sacred Pelele of Dodona. One must not forget also that since the Homeric epos, the Pelasgian god Poseidon was related to the planet Saturn. Wood, 1991. Hesiod, Astronomy, explicitly stated that in the name of the Asteriums is in the doves, Pleiades.
Village 2006 P40.
Explicitly stated that the name
of the asterism is the doves, Pleiades, and not Pleiades. Billick, 2006 P40.
Pleiades and not Pleiades. Finally, some say that Atlas himself was once king of Arcadia and of the Pelasgians. Dionysus of Halicarnassus refers to Dardanus originally as being situated in Arcadia, where Dardanus and his elder brother Lassos reigned as kings following Atlas. On the other hand, if Scholius of Apollodorus borrowed information from Athenion, who had written a comedy called The Samothracians, according to which he spoke of two, Cabiri Dardanus and Lysion, and the ancient mystic tradition. Same old Thracians. No moon in the sky. The greater part of it to me. You see the lizard eye there? The slit of Mars. The unused material was left for the story of the deluge, and I to me. You see the lizard eye there? The slit? That's digital. And then they switch it over to analog, and you get this. Comes right after it, and it looks like a clown, like an evil killer clown. Remember that movie? It's kind of weird. Is he coming out or going in? This volume carries the name in the beginning, the words with which the book of Genesis starts. The name seems appropriate because it describes the cosmic events which are narrated in the first book of the Hebrew Bible, but also because I speak of events that preceded those described by me in Worlds in Collision. Thus, the name of the book conveys to the reader the notion that here is an earlier history of the world, compared with the story of Worlds in Collision, although it is the second volume in that series. In some sense, it is the first volume, being the earlier story. We call it a prequel today. When the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was first offered to the publisher, Macmillan and Company, New York, it contained a brief story of the deluge and of the cataclysm that terminated the Old Kingdom in Egypt. But after one of the publisher's readers suggested that the book should concentrate on one event, we compromised in presenting in the published volume two series of cataclysms. That would be his book of Mars and Venus. Those that took place in the 15th century before the present era, that's BC, and were caused by the near approaches of Venus, and those that occurred in the 8th century before this era, and were caused by near approaches of Mars. The unused material was left for elaboration in a separate work on Saturn and the Flood, and Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. The reception of Worlds in Collision, however, made me understand that I had already offered more than was palatable. And so I did not hurry with what I consider to be the heritage of our common ancestors, an inheritance of which my contemporaries in the scientific circles preferred not to partake, much to our chagrin. We lose on that one. Researching and writing this book, I would sit at the feet of the sages of many ancient civilizations. One day, of the Egyptian learned scribes, another of the Hebrew ancient rabbis, the next of the Hindus, Chinese, or Pythagoreans. But then, rising to my feet, I would confer with the present-day scientific knowledge. At times, I came to understand what perplexed the ancients. And at other times, I found answers to what perplexes the moderns. This shuttle back and forth was a daily occupation for a decade or more, and it became a way to understand the phenomena, to listen to those who lived close to the events of the past, even to witness and to try to understand them in the light of the theoretical and experimental knowledge of the last few centuries. In this matter, confronting witnesses and experts, I realized very soon that the ancient sages lived in a frightened state of mind, justified by the events they or their close ancestors had witnessed. The ancients' message was an anguished effort to communicate their awe engendered at seeing nature with its elements unchained. The moderns, however, denied their ancestors' wisdom, even their integrity, because of an all-embracing fear of facing the past, even the historically documented experience of our progenitors. As recent as 80 generations ago, I have deliberately described the catastrophe of the second and first millennia before this era, before I describe the catastrophes of the previous ages. The reason is obvious. The history of catastrophes is extremely unsettling to the historians, evolutionists, geologists, astronomers, and physicists. That word doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, does it? Therefore, it is preferable to start from the better known and then proceed to the less known. For the last catastrophe caused by the contact of Mars and the Earth, I could establish the year, the month, and even the day. Not so for the catastrophes in which Venus and the Earth participated. when only the approximate time in the space of a definite century could be established still. I found it advisable to narrate the story of the second millennium first. It was possible to write the story of the contacts with Venus with a fair amount of detail, but each cataclysm is not only more remote in a time from us, it is also obscured by the catastrophes that followed. As we seek to penetrate even deeper into the past, we can see the foregoing periods through the veil of catastrophes. Dimmer and dimmer is the light behind every veil, till our eye can distinguish no more, behind the veil that hangs over the period when Earth was moonless. Though already inhabited by human life, we do not know the beginning. We can only enter the theater at what may have been the third or fourth act. Emanuel Velikovsky. This world came into existence out of a chaos of fluid driven by a divine blast. This is the epic beginning of the book of Genesis. The earth was chaotic and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and God's wind moved upon the face of the fluid. From this primeval matter, in a process of subsequent creations, was born the home of the living. Already before the birth of our earth, worlds were shaped and brought into existence, only to be destroyed in the course of time. Nor is this world inhabited by man, the first of things earthly created by God. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. The earth underwent reshaping 6 consecutive remoldings. Heaven and earth were changed in every catastrophe. 6 times the earth was rebuilt, without entire extirpation of life on it. But with major catastrophes, 6 ages have passed into the great beyond. This is the 7th creation, the time in which we live. According to another tradition, several heavens were created. 7, in fact. Also 7 earths. Do you know there's only one photograph of the whole earth from space? And this one is it, allegedly taken by the Apollo 17 astronauts on their way back from the moon. And you can always tell by that little hook cloud above the sedan were created. The most removed being the 7th, Aries, followed by the 6th, Adama, the 5th, Arca, the 4th, Haraba, the 3rd, Yabasha, the 2nd, Tabel, and our own land called Helad. And like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and waters. The description permits an interpretation that all the 7 earths exist simultaneously. But a deeper insight will allow us to recognize that the original idea did not admit 7 concurrent but separate firmaments and worlds in space, but only consecutive in time, and built one out of another. The 7 heavens form a unity. The 7 kinds of earth form a unity, and the heavens and the earth together also form a unity. The Hebrew cosmology, in its true sense, is a conception of worlds built and reshaped with the purpose of bringing creation closer to perfection. The separation of one world from another by abyss and chaos evidently refers to the cataclysms that separated the ages. References: Ginsburg, Legends of the Jews, Philadelphia 1925, Ginsburg Legends 1, 10F, Legends 11, and the notion of a succession of worlds created and destroyed is common to many nations of antiquity.
We're going to take a break, a couple of minutes, and just chat a little bit, see where it goes.
On the religion and literature of the Burmas.
Asiatic Researches File, 1799, p. 174, 180, wrote,
The universe is called by the Burmas Laga, which signifies successive destruction and reproduction. The Burma writings do not conceive of one world, but of an infinite number, one constantly succeeding another, so that when one is destroyed, another of the same form and structure arises. planet ages. The ages of the past between the successive catastrophes and many diverse sources, sun ages.
After this,
I have tried to show why this designation is meaningful, but the ancients also maintained that the successive ages were initiated by planets: Moon, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Therefore, the sun ages could also have been called planet ages. Hesiod ascribed the Golden Age to the time when the planets ages to the time of the planet Jupiter. The same concept is found in Virgil, who says that before Jove's day, that's Jupiter, i.e., in the Golden Age when Saturn reigned, no tillers subdued the land. Even to mark the field or divide it with bounds is unlawful. The idea that the Earth was under the sway of different planets at different ages is also the teaching of the Pythagoreans, the Magi, Gnostic sects, and secret society. Sounds like sex. In numerous astrological texts, the same concept is repeated, that 7 millennia were dominated by 7 planets, one after another. The worshippers of the devil, the Tsarion sect, Yazidis, believe that 7,000 years had passed since the deluge. At the end of every millennium, one of 7 planet gods descends on the earth, establishes the new order and new laws, and then retreats to his place. An identical tradition is found in the writings of Julius Africanus. The ages of the ancestors passed under the government of the planets, each in its turn. Also, according to the Ethiopian text of the first book of Enoch, the 7 world ages were each dominated by one planet. The Gnostic sect, Mandeans, taught in its holy book, Sidra Rabbah, that the history of mankind is composed of 7 epochs, that these epochs were terminated by catastrophes, and that one of the planets ruled in each epoch. Epoch or epoch? I guess it's a tomato thing. The length of the ages in the Sidra Rabbah is made very long, but the concept is nevertheless common to many ancient creeds. Worlds in collision, the world ages, the sun ages. Works and Days, translated by Evelyn White. I'll just spare you the years, you can see them.
Georgix.
Fairclough, and you can see that one there. Kumant Gelzer, Journal Society of Oriental Research. R.H. Charles, The Book of Enoch, or I Enoch. Is that a 1? My bad eyes. Let's see.
1 Enoch, Oxford, 1912, LII 2-9, pp. 102 ff. Bousset, Darahimel Risder Seal, p. 244.
Genza, Codex Nassarius, Libera Dami Appellatus, M. Norberg, Transil, and ed. Volume 3, London, 1815, pp. 69.
I like how it says real encyclopedia. I didn't know there were fake ones. Herzog Knock, 3rd, 1903. I don't wish to bore you with references, but I think it's important because it might ring a bell with someone, or perhaps someone would like to look in one of these books. So I provide them. Planet Ages, that was a good one. I wouldn't mind even getting a few that I've seen, like Herodotus
or
Herodotus. Sounds a little better, I guess. And
I hear them both.
Saturnalia. I noticed that one. And another one I see a lot is the Icarus. Those books I found through the references to be interesting. I'd like to check them out.
It's
sometime.
Herodotus.
And I just might do that. You don't know how hard it is for me to refrain from bad puns on all of this stuff. For example, the you gotta, if you gotta. You see what I mean?
All right, we're going to do a little talking. I think I have some folks. We can put this on pause.
Many traditions persist. But at some time in the past,
it's getting kind of late, I guess. It's Sunday night. Everybody's got to go to work. We did have daylight savings, though. Are you guys there? Did I open you up? Let's see. Maybe not. Hold on. No. Hello? Are you guys there? You there? Where's Andy? Paulie?
Yeah, I'm here. Just hang on. I'll turn this down.
Oh, okay. Now, see, I'm working with this. Can you hear me okay, or am I too loud, or is it too noisy?
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm good.
All good.
Well, you see, I got this problem. For whatever reason, I cannot use OBS and use my mic. When I try to use my mic, I have to put it on in the settings. When I hit settings, it crashes every single time.
You had that problem 2 weeks ago.
It was the same.
Paulie's there.
I've done everything I can.
Paulie's there. She may have an answer.
Yeah, she did. She came up with a few answers, but I think I'd probably do it better with her guiding me, like on the phone at the same time.
That's probably.
But what I did is I went and downloaded another live stream app. This one's called Streamlabs Desktop, and it's pretty cool, except for it doesn't seem to work right, because put on the slideshow or put it on, then turn it off, and it doesn't go away. It stays there, and I got everything else off. How can that possibly show? And there's just a couple of bugs I gotta iron out. I think I'm okay now. Pretty sure. Yeah.
The only thing that's wrong with your new streaming thing, and I think that's pretty good. You're not the only person that's having problems with OBS. Tons of people are.
Oh, okay.
And it's just all about the Windows updates.
Yeah.
And the updates that you got, even though you never asked for them. It changed your Windows will install different sound drivers and blah 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 blah. And there's so many things that it could be that your mic. It also could be a memory thing, but I doubt it. And OBS is just broken for certain versions of Windows. It just doesn't work.
Al Batwitch Wiggler.
Good to meet you, Batwitch Wiggler. Let's see, who else do we got here? Now, let's see.
And all the time, don't they, Paulie? They change I do their updates, and then stuff you've been using you can't use no more, and there's no recourse on them.
Apple scab.
You go to roll back your drivers, or you want to, where you can actually uninstall the updates, and even though it says you can, and you do, it still does a permanent thing on your stuff. I think it's like in the registry or whatever, and it becomes so convoluted. There's so many different things that...
It's just me messing around with my loquacious.
Yeah, Batwitch Wiggler. When you uninstall OBS, of course the uninstallation is not going to uninstall any of the registry settings that it put in there. And
I've uninstalled it and reinstalled it at least 5 times.
And it doesn't get rid of the original registry settings. And so if you reinstall it, the same thing's just going to happen.
Yeah, that's right. It does.
Because it sees it at the same. If you got a different version of OBS, say an older version, like maybe.
I think I still have a couple. Yeah.
That you might try that, because that version would. An older version, I would go back with an older version, because,
To be completely honest with you, I'm kind of liking this Streamlabs. I just have to get a little bit more time with it,
Yeah.
I think it's better, because even with the mic, when I was talking, I had all my fans off, I had everything off, and it would be where my mic would be, the background noise was just terrible.
OBS.
Don't seem to do it with this, so that's good.
Well, that is good. I think it sounds really good.
Okay, well that's good to know. Then I got it solved. I'll just if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'll just keep it like this.
Right, and you can always there's help somewhere. There's I'm sure there's a question mark icon in there somewhere that you could find out how come find out like what's up with the slideshow.
Right, and I'm going to do that. But I was thinking, November 22nd is coming up, so I want to make a decent JFK tribute for the 60th anniversary, and start getting a lot of this information that I have out of my head and put down, because I know quite a bit about it. I've been studying it for 45 years. I just feel
45 years.
Well, Kennedy was, oh my God. All you got to really do is just go back to Truman, and FDR was a good president, and he had the people in mind, but Truman was in the pocket of the bankers, which is why Churchill and the Dulles brothers and all that were all about getting him for something I can't remember.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You've got to remember that you had the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Henry Wallace. They didn't want him in there because they knew FDR was going to die soon, probably. And there's stories about that. And they didn't want his protege, Henry Wallace, in there. So they got Truman, and Truman was a yes man. First of all, the guy Atchison, he was the Secretary of State, I believe, for Truman. I'm not sure. I think because the other Dulles brother was Secretary of State for Eisenhower. So, Atchison worked on Truman for a year to finally get him to agree to raise everyone's taxes, declare an emergency. They got into Korea just when Atchison was there. The war broke out, by the way, and that created the 1947, basically the first Homeland Security Act. Took a bunch of rights away, and raised everybody's taxes, and they prepared for war. From the Doolittle report, saying we got to be more ruthless than our enemies, and that was taken seriously. By the time Kennedy was president, they wanted to launch a first strike. He had to deal with that. Can you imagine that? You're just president for a month. Yeah, Mr. President.
Well, the idea was
I want to talk to you
get
about
rid of it.
Yeah.
You get rid of everybody, Greg, that's got a due to you, and then we all live happily ever after.
You just keep getting rid of them until you find one that's better. Right.
Well, no, you just get rid of them, and then, like, everybody's got to think the same way you do, and we all live happily ever after. That was their theory.
Yeah.
Right? Well, we're in control now. We can never have another war, because everyone's got to do it Uncle Sam's way. That was their idea, but that was never going to work anyway.
No.
No?
No, and Johnson got in there. It was a disaster. What he did was he took credit for every one of Kennedy's policies.
Yeah. So did you listen to that one I sent you a couple of days ago? Yeah, Greg, that bloke who's wrote that book on behind the scenes?
No, I'm going to have to check that out. I meant to.
Well, he's a bit all over the shop, but you can work out what he's talking about.
Will you two guys carry the conversation for a bit? I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
You go and do that. Yeah, so, Paulie, what's your view on, 60 years since he was assassinated? Do you reckon it really changed America, or what's your view?
Yeah.
You reckon every president now lives in fear?
I think, when you look back at it, from how we know now, there were so many mistakes made. There were so many things they did wrong when they assassinated him, that I guess they were just I don't know. It's like what were they thinking? Were they thinking no one's going to care in 50 years about this and not looking into it? Or the thing that's what I mean. It's like they were looking, how much to the future were they looking, and taking him out. And then they took out Robert Kennedy. Bobby, and then they said, that there's not going to be any Kennedy. They won't allow a Kennedy to be in office, any Kennedy. So that kind of, does that stand for even now? Because we have a Kennedy, that's running for president. And they must realize, we were talking about this before, me and Greg, and I was saying he must have been having tons of death threats, just tons of them. And yet he was just like, well, so, if it's my day to die, it's my day to die. Let's get in the car, let's go. That was his attitude. And it doesn't make sense to me. And even, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Because they have death threats. You know that. And he even had a premonition or something about, or he's mentioned something about, well, if I die tomorrow or whatever, I die. And the only reason why you'd have such a attitude like that is because maybe you really don't believe that your ideas are important, and we only know how important his ideas are, looking, in hindsight, how important his ideas were. But
the thing I see is this, right? So apparently Hoover and that would blackmail him over the fact that he had a girlfriend on the side, right? Now that's not an uncommon thing for men that are in powerful positions. Let's be realistic. And I suppose with Trump, one of the few things about Trump that I don't mind is the fact that his answer would be, yeah, so what? Where back then, it was something like that could end your presidency. And now you've got these people running around trying to make out that they're holier than holy. And again, you see they've got all these things they've got buried under rocks, right? And my thing is this: I would expect the people that get those positions aren't always squeaky clean, but it's what they do when they get those positions that count.
It is, and that's how they get away with it. It's like those secret societies, Mm-hmm. If someone has to make a decision on who to fill an important spot, first thing he does is find out, what kind of club is he in. Mm-hmm. If he's in our club, then we always favor each other. It's bullshit.
Yep.
Shouldn't even be allowed.
Yep. And like I see too, the other thing I see is over the years we prattle on we got democracies when we don't really have a democracy. All right, we get to vote for the board of directors, well, it's slanted anyway. But at the end of it, the courts now appear to have as much, if not more, power than the legislators. The courts have a massive amount of power.
Things can't even keep up with all the different things they change, And I don't know, but I thought the people were supposed to vote for certain things, like even states, because each state, I don't know, is it like that in Australia where you guys don't have states, but you have, what do you have? You have
No, we have states.
Yeah, there's states.
Do?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Oh, you do? So does each state have its own, like how we do
Constitution?
Kind of government, kind of its own taxes and things like that?
Yeah, but they don't charge income taxes because that was a deal done in the 1940s, right? but they have all sorts of goods taxes on land and stuff like that, and basically they get a share of the Commonwealth taxes, which is like you getting a share of federal government taxes. Right, so the federal government now collects most of them, and it's all hidden, of course, so you're paying more and more all the time.
Don't you really kind of find it, though, that the United States, Australia, England, all the Western sort of democratic states, even though one's a monarchy, we basically have the same lives. I mean, there's not very many jobs anymore. Everything's triple times. It's almost like we have just one government now. And that's what I hear they want to do. They want to have the world cut up into sections.
Well, in the chat before, they were talking about, the forgiveness of debt back, gee, that was 2,000 years before the Romans, sort of. And the idea was, Greg, was, well, you see, Paul, it's not like debt that we've got today. See, we've got debt today that's a contract between someone, but no money ever changes hands. It's just it's like a thin air thing between banks and all that. So it's not even real money. No. Yeah, it's just numbers. That's right, Greg. And then all of a sudden someone's indebted to someone, and you have a look at the mess of the system we've got today. Every so many years, it's sort of got to collapse itself.
Well,
and the people, and we get all hammered at the lower end of the scale.
No doubt.
Because of that system where the debt they were talking about was you could only create debt to do something. So you couldn't create debt out of insurance or something like that, what is an asset?
Well, when the United States, they came up with this thing called COG, continuity of government out west.
Yep.
And it's pretty deep. It's so that the government doesn't get decapitated. And it used to be just in case of nuclear war. But now they've changed that, and it's in case of any emergency. They can just declare martial law and take over. And there's a lot of people who are sort of kind of wondering if some disaster isn't waiting around the corner, and we never know if it's perpetrated or an act of God. Because of everything we've been through, how can we possibly trust what they tell us? Exactly. That's why it's so important to get to the truth about Kennedy, and they got a lot of people that are really doubting Thomas's about 9/11. Of course, I never really looked into that because I've just been electrocuted for Saturn theory and Kennedy.
I looked into that, and we did it.
Be careful. Don't get me kicked off. Well,
I won't.
Yeah,
okay.
I know what you're saying.
It's not what everybody, it's not what of course, they wanted us to think.
I don't know enough about it to even have an opinion.
I looked in on that. I spent 3 or 4 years really getting into that.
Well, John Kennedy he wanted to reform. He wanted to reform the entire government. When he got into power, he was awestruck at what they were talking about and what they were doing. He found out that he ran to the right of Nixon, because if you run to the left of him, you're going to lose. Americans like tough talkers. That's basically it. And
well, you watch too much Hollywood.
Huh?
You all watch too much Hollywood. You believe all them John Wayne movies.
Yeah, not me. I like Clint Eastwood. But
well, same thing.
But Kennedy saw everything was all effed up. Like why are we paying all this interest to have our money made? What's that? That is about the most ridiculous, insane thing I ever heard. So he started printing our own treasury, U.S. Treasury, silver certificates and what that. And he got those people pissed at him. He wanted to make it the race to the moon. He wanted to call that off in favor of détente with Russia and merge with the Soviets against, who was at NASA, right? NASA stands for Nazis are still around. They were right. They all went right there. They weren't gonna. They just got done killing 27 million of them. They weren't about to go on, partners with them.
I tell you what, I chuckled.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, by the time, and the oil people in Texas, they had the 27.5% tax that Kennedy thought was too liberal, and it is. But they saw losing billions. There was only one thing, and Johnson was on his way to jail. I mean, if they didn't kill him that day, they would have. We would have probably succeeded. It's just amazing.
Well, it's just what it is. You know, Kennedy got voted in, and I think they, quote unquote, they
thought
they were like, okay, they just started out. Let's see what happens here.
Just run
and
roughshod
let's
over
see
him.
if he's corruptible.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happened was they found out. I think things happened that we will never know. What things that happened,
sure.
You know, and it's like, well, we can't, you know, he's not going to, even if we give him money, because he was born rich,
yes.
So, you know, offering bribes,
he was
you know,
never in a secret society,
right?
You know,
so
he was never in any of those clubs.
So so he knew about them.
Yes,
and that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he was, you know, so it's like, but he's not corruptible. Well, if he's not corruptible, then we got to get him out of there. I mean, if he would have just, you know, let them something.
You go back, Paulie, to what 2016. Hillary Clinton was meant to be a shoo-in.
Yeah.
Right. It was her job. All of a sudden, the person that the hierarchical system hadn't planned on got the job. Right in Trump. You go back to 1960.
Yep.
Nixon was a shoo-in for the job.
Yep.
And right through, he was looking all right until he did that debate, didn't he? He did that debate that time with JFK, and that was where he really started coming undone, Nixon, right? And then, of course, it wasn't the establishment's man that got into power. And, of course, he did, because of where he came from, he did have a big itinerary of things he wanted to change and put in place.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
And he was always going to run foul. And, you know, like, I don't know, I've often wondered, why haven't they tried something similar with Trump? Well, I suppose they've come up with the theory that we don't have to shoot him anymore. We'll just hammer him in the courts and maybe get him in jail, but that don't matter. We'll just keep hammering him in the courts. And
how should I say? How should I put it?
He had to deal with C19.
It doesn't matter who had deal with what. It's just that if you kill Trump, it's gonna be way too much. It's gonna make way too many people angry. No one wants to do that.
Can't do that again. But like Paulie said, her and I just listened to chapter 30 of JFK and the Unspeakable, which I have for my patrons. But that right there, the guy was saying, "We're going to kill your president today, Wayne." They're working on a plane together. That's the video I want you to watch with me, Andy. And he's like, he's like, yeah, we're not only going to kill him, but we want his brother real bad. And he said, and then any other Kennedy that tries to run for the office, we're going to kill. He said that, but that was in 1963. I hope they sure don't freaking mean it still. Those people are all dead.
Well, I think that basically worked out that RFK running now, that he isn't really going to get a long way.
Yeah, because the Democratic Party, shame on them, man. They had the three brothers that laid their lives down for freedom, man. The Democrats are rebuking RFK Jr. I just don't understand that. He's got to go. He's got to go independent. But why won't the libertarians pick him up? They need somebody that's got some pizzazz.
It's a different Democratic Party to what most people would know, because you've got people like Janet Yellen and Bernie Sanders, you know, like they're both opposite end of the spectrum, you could say, but they're both working together, pulling all the strings on everything, you know. So you got to say they only use that banner because that's the banner you got to be under a banner to get anywhere. So now they're using that banner, you know.
That's where you see all the
yeah.
all the bones. What are they called? Something bones? I don't know. It's kind of, what is it called? From Yale, where Bush was in. Skull and bones. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's how they know each other.
Yeah. So. But it is going to be an interesting time. Now, when you're talking about on that videos you had on, there's a fellow I've listened to a few times, and he's talking about where Jupiter's positioned at the moment and its incursions. Different things that happen. A couple of years ago, Nick, talking about the Snow effect, which was also from memory to do with Jupiter, wasn't it?
I think, wasn't
and where
the Dacia talking about that a while
Yeah, a couple of years ago, the Snow effect of it, and about every 88 years you get a position with it, and people seem, for some reason, we seem to go nuts and start destroying each other, and it's basically, off that.
Does that period last?
Yeah.
Why can't we just abolish war? Why does it have to be so freaking prominent in the world? War.
It's just money. It's wars for the money. That's it.
That's power and jobs.
That's when it's bottom line. It's just about the money. But how much money do they need?
No, it's power.
You know.
It's the power. It's the power.
Can I offer my theory, which may be incorrect?
Please do.
Okay, basically it's made of fear. Fear number one is, well, if we don't win, they win. And that idea can be with anyone. So whether you're a good guy or a bad guy, if we don't win, they win. And the other is, we got to make sure no one is ever allowed to win except us, because everyone else except us is bad. Or it's just... once you get this idea in your head, you can never stop, because if you stop fighting, well, someone else will come in and take you over. You don't want that.
That's right. That's very good.
Show you're talking about, okay.
Or Brittany. Ish, kind of, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah, she's gone from one ruler to another. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. On the chat here, that's right, Chuck. At the end of it, it always comes down to the fear factor for the survival of the fittest. You know, and what we're prepared to give, what we're as a collective prepared to put in and give, as Andy said, what we're prepared to put in and give in so much as the time of our lives and ultimately even our blood when we need to allow that one who considers them the fittest to stay on top. Yeah, agree with that. So what else is happening in your part of the world, Greg?
Oh, me? Well, other than looking for that terrible picture, I'm not much. Just, I know what I can do. Well, you see, it's in my JFK playlist, and I got to get free of that damn picture. Everything, well, you know, the affliction is still there. I am treating it with vitamin B17, Laetrile. And also this new stuff that I just got. It's supposed to be really good. It's called. I'm gonna have to get it and read it because I can't pronounce. It's hard to pronounce. Mangitsa, something like Mangista, or I don't know. It's hard for me to pronounce. Mangista. Yeah. It's called Mangista. And taking Finben. Oh, I ran out and it's expensive. I don't know if I'm going to proceed with that. I took a couple of ivermectins, but that tastes so damn bad. I just can't stomach it. It makes me have dry heaves. So, you know, I got castor oil on the tumor, you know, and I mean, some people say it works, some people say it don't, but I've had it on there for about a month, and to me it seems smaller. Now, it could be fooling me. It's fooled me before. I just can't find that picture of her. But outside of that, you know, I'm staying in shape, I'm working out 3 to 4 days a week. I'm getting good sleep, you know. But my channel suffers because I have to get good sleep and good nutrition, and sometimes at night when that's when I always create. At night I'm just beat, you know. And I got grounding too. I got a grounding pillow and a grounding sheet. How long have I been using that, Andy? About 6 months?
I don't remember.
No,
it'll be a good 8 months.
Yeah, about 8 months.
Because it's a fair while since. And you reckon that grounding helps?
I do.
Colloidal silver, you guys. What do you think about that?
What's that, Polly?
What do you guys think about colloidal silver?
Yeah, I was thinking. I heard about that.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
It's
I found it. Goodbye, Brittany.
And I thought about something about your slideshow. Are there settings for it? Like you can either have pictures pop up randomly, or you know, I mean, if it's set for random, maybe that's why.
Yes, you might be right. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to set it for...
Don't have it on random. Have it on, you know, just not random, whatever the other choice is.
And it's... Nope, I don't have random on. Maybe I should put it on.
Tell us about colloidal silver.
Well, it's been around for thousands of years. And what it is it's... Okay, it's silver, but it's in, you know, micro, like, you know, there's particles, silver particles, and you have to put it in purified water or whatever, but you take it, and what it does, it's a natural antiviral, antibiotic, and a lot of, I mean, it's great for bacteria, any kind of infection, anything that's, you know, that's like a cancer, like something that's not normal for your body. What does it do? It breaks the membrane of the, something about it. It only affects the membranes of, you know, it doesn't hurt our cells, but it causes the bacteria or whatever kind of the infection, to dissolve it. It basically dissolves it, and it helps in absorption of a bunch of things, like, you know, when you just you just ingest like drops of it. You don't take whole bunches, but you don't need a lot, and it helps bring back your bacteria in your stomach and things like that. There's a whole bunch of that's good for, and there's no side effects, and you can give it to animals, or, you know, it doesn't, I mean, just, you know, so it's like it's an overall thing. I know
I'll have to pick some up.
That sounds great, but where's the proof?
The kind that you have to get, don't get macro, where it's, you want the micro kind that's, you know, got a whole bunch of particles per, I forget what it is, but you want, you know, the most particles per, you know what, I'll look it up, I'll get more information, and I'll let you know, I'll give it to you.
You know how to find out if you're hydrated or not? If you if you push on your skin, like on your forearm, and let go, it should come right back. It shouldn't like take time for it to come back. That's how you know. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I say I'm going to get to work on a Kennedy video, because that's where I come from, you know, and there are so many good channels on YouTube. I really just never really go there because I got my hands full with what I got. But I still am very interested, and I do know a lot about it. It might help someone, you know. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to make a video. It's probably going to try to play it around the 22nd. I already got started, so it should be ready. And,
it'd be interesting.
Yeah, because, you know, for me, it's not just this murder, because that's interesting, of course, but it's what we lost. My God, it's just ridiculous what we lost. I play a little.
And like Andrew said before, the fear that it created.
Yeah.
Within the whole system of government, really.
Well, as soon as Johnson won the '64 election on the sympathy vote, he just goes and starts, you know, escalating in Vietnam. The Marines come into Da Nang. They start bombing the north. That whole thing with that incident in that bay, I can't remember the doggone name of it, but that was contrived. That was a false flag. That's what I'm saying. How can we know that we're getting the truth told us when, if the United States were ever to get attacked, we don't know where it came from? You know, that's just. Did you hear about in Hawaii, somebody like surfaced a submarine and was going to launch nuclear missiles at Hawaii, and they were told they had 15 minutes to prepare? Did you ever hear about that?
Never.
Yeah, it's the 2018 Hawaii false alert. In the morning of January 13th, 2018, an alert was accidentally issued via the emergency alert system with wireless emergency alert system over television, radio, and cell phones in the U.S. state of Hawaii, instructing citizens to seek shelter due to an incoming ballistic missile. It concluded, "This is not a drill." The message was sent at 8:08 a.m. local time. The state had not authorized civil defense outdoor warning sirens. Isn't that something?
Jim Carrey talked about that.
Funny, because if it's not a drill, why aren't we dead yet?
Was there? Yeah, he thought
it was obviously. I mean, they must have saw something. I'll put it in chat, and you guys can check it out if you want. It's just when someone told me that, I didn't believe it. I had to look it up. I'm sure as shit that happened. No doubt about it. Andy, what's been going on with you? How's that new truck going? You got yourself a new truck, didn't you? Yeah?
Yeah, pretty good. Just to get a bog daisy. Get a bog daisy because it's a bit heavier than what I'm used to. I got that worked out there.
Yeah, so you're busier now than when you work, don't you?
Sort of. You do it at your own time, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, it's good because you're not working to someone else's timeline, you're working to your own.
Right.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, you know. So, yeah.
You guys want to get back to a couple of videos? What's that?
Yeah, I've been thinking, Greg, the world's, you know, like what you had on earlier with the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
It was really a form of slavery that it ran on. You know, when they say, look at all these great things the Romans did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the workers were from provinces that they had overran and captured the people, and then they were enslaved to do the work. And when they ran out of workers, you'd just go and capture another area and get the people. And, you know, so it was really, again, built on a form of what we would call slavery or indenture. And if you look at our system today, it's the same. You know, you go out and you do all that they say, and then at the end of it, you know, it all, every now and then it shits itself, so you don't get to collect.
Yeah.
Same deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, no, they're pretty good videos. Them ones earlier, weren't they, Paulie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like them?
Yeah, they were right for the time.
That's good. That's good.
Before I leave, and we leave, we'll just mention.
Back. You can stay with us.
I can come back, I can leave. No one knows what will happen, but I just wanted to say one thing I haven't mentioned is that the problem with voting for a party is that if you only have two choices, it can become an eternal duopoly, and that is a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, the Democrats are so terrible, I'm gonna vote Republican. Okay, how bad do the Republicans have to get before we switch back to Democrat?
Yeah.
More than one party, though. We have more than one party. We have liberal
and no one votes for them.
And nobody seems to want to give those other parties a chance.
Because they're scared to. They're scared to, Andrew.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's not just about being scared. Are they good enough yet?
Well, you don't know until you give them a go, do you?
Yeah. It just seems like evil and money always win.
Because good is dumb.
Hey, that was all right. Comrade. Yeah, so I think real quick, what do you think of the war between Russia and Ukraine?
It's the same thing as the winter war with Finland. Russia will just stop because they will decide it's not worth it anymore. History repeats itself.
I just think that it's just a shame what Biden. They could have had some kind of peace we don't want them to have peace. They want another $100 billion.
Well, you need war to distract from domestic politics.
Man.
I think with what's gone on recently, Andrew, Ukraine will end up having to sit down because everybody's losing interest in it. You know, like you've got Europe countries and that now.
Yep.
So no, we're not supporting it no more.
Russia
and somehow or other, Ukraine will have to try now after that and cut a deal with Russia that possibly won't be as favourable for them as if they had to cut a deal 18 months ago, because Russia will truly have the upper hand.
What is it about the Ukrainians? The Russians that the Ukrainians hate so much?
It's not really about hate.
It's the same people.
It's not. It has nothing to do with hate because people don't attack people. Governments attack governments.
Well,
it's just that, Russia wants to rebuild the glory of the Soviet Union. Plus, they want to board, buffer zone because the Cold War haven't really ended. They see the West as the rival. So why not have some land between you and us? You know.
Yeah, when the Soviet Union was falling and everything was going down, we had George Bush as president. Instead of being cool, hey Nick, you need a hand there? Well, we did help them dismantle their nukes and paid for it, but he didn't He just all of a sudden we're gonna beef up our defense because now we're number one. You know, they just took the totally opposite tact. You know. Now we're testing nuclear weapons again. What's up with that? You can't use them. It's suicide.
Even if you don't use them, you have to do it to show that, hey, I'm still strong, don't attack me.
Yeah. Well, let's check this 9-minute video out.
I will watch.
It's one more about Rome. It's 13 minutes long.
I will watch it all right now, but I'm going to leave this chat. Goodbye, lovely people.
All right, we'll come back if you want.
Yeah.
We'll be back with more chat from the Cool Group.
Empires have always succumbed to the same disease. With each new conquest, Rome thrust forward her frontiers and retreated from her principles. The first Romans were simple people, wholly devoted to their land and their gods. The pilgrims, the settlers, and the sages were succeeded by a promiscuous mob that capitalized on the victories. The growing number of slaves and the afflux of the poor swelled the population. The patricians found their chances for survival considerably reduced as hordes of former slaves, freed and newly wealthy, fought over their estates. For the Romans, all things reflected their greatness. The victories of Marius, Pompey, and Caesar, but also empire, victory, and the future of the Roman people. But there is neither justice in the courts nor honesty in their elections. Only one standard decided the merit of a candidate or the innocence of a defendant: gold. The spectacles of the circus served to distract the populace. The free wheat and olives distributed to the needy at the Forum served as subterfuge for social reform. The aristocracy purchased seats in the Senate, the magistracy of the empire, and the spoils of victory went to the senators, the consuls, the praetors, the quaesitors, the censors, and their wives. Rome had become a corporation. The government was in the hands of a few opulent families of the world of finance, supported by the military junta. These families knew how to protect their interests. They disguised them as national necessities. The preservation of Rome was identified with that of the ruling families. The Roman people consisted of a small oligarchy of landowners, bankers, speculators, merchants, artisans, adventurers, and tatterdemalions, avid for pleasure, excitement, and sudden gain, proud, turbulent, corrupted by the life of the city, and placing their own interests ahead of even the most salutary reform. The national honor of the Roman Empire was nothing more than the caprices or the indulgences of the rulers of the moment. Its political institutions no more than the cupidity of its dignitaries and the indolence of its masses. Its history nothing more than a series of petty larcenies and more important crimes. And then the Gracchi brothers, nephews of Scipion the Africanus, appeared on the scene. The elder brother, Tiberius, 160 to 133 BC, son of consul and born a patrician, had been raised by Greek philosophers, Blasius of Cumes and Diaphanes of Mytilene. He was a veteran of the Spanish campaign. He was elected a tribune. His fortitude, his temperance, his humanity, his passion for justice, and his natural eloquence elicited the admiration of Cicero. It was evident that he would make his mark in politics. Tiberius was as calm as sober, and as moderate as his brother Gaius was vehement, impassioned, and impetuous. He worked for Italy, for the people, and for liberty. He would not be stopped by either threats or clamor. On Rogation Day, he addressed the people massed around the tribune, a fragment of this speech in which he invoked the misery and the helplessness of the people, depopulation of Italy, and the rapacity of the wealthy has been preserved. The landowners in mourning dress appeared on the Forum in the most wretched and humble condition in order to move the people whom they despoiled so mercilessly to pity. But they had little confidence in his demonstration, and they hired assassins to kill Tiberius. Tiberius nevertheless proceeded with his reforms. One of his laws authorized the people to circulate freely on the roads and highways. Oh, they couldn't do that? Another stipulated that the treasure of Attila, who had made the Roman people his heir, would be distributed among the citizens. Other laws distributed lands, subsidized the cost of the first planting, decreased the length of military service, and reorganized the judiciary. Henceforth, No Roman citizen could own more than 750 acres of public land for himself and 375 for each of his sons. The law threatened the owners of the largest herd. In his speeches, Tiberius declared, "The will of the people was the supreme authority of the state." This was too much. On the day of his re-election to the tribunate, which would have enabled Tiberius to complete his reforms, Scipion Nasica, one of the richest of the landowners, assembled all of the wealthy Romans, followed by an army of slaves and clients that climbed to the capital. One of Tiberius' colleagues, a tribune, dealt him the first blow. Other assassins finished the job. His body was profaned and thrown into the Tiber. Rome, which had found senators to assassinate him, found no historian to stigmatize his assassins. After centuries of law and order, the empire watched with stupefaction as the violence of a faction that had taken the law into its own hands not only went unpunished, but was admired. Gaius, great guy, 152 to 121 BC, 8 years younger than his brother, appeared to accept his death, to be unaware of the identities of his assassins. He was appointed Quaestor of Sardinia, and against the wishes of the Senate, he did not disappear from view. He lived the life of his soldiers and looked after their interests. He liked long marches and took long, lonely swims in the sea, and he remained chaste. A fate of his brother and his reforms that proved that it was vain to attempt to remedy the ills of Rome without first having destroyed, or at least humiliated, the large landowners and the usurpers of the public domain. That the idea of transforming the poor people of Rome into a landowning class was too simple and in reality not very effective. But once the terror had disappeared, the little people of Rome began to seek a protector, and the victim's brother, who was known for his virtues and was already suspect to the wealthy, appeared to be just the person they needed. The persistent hatred of the nobility precipitated him into the fray. Although he had no intention of taking up his brother's reforms, boldly Gaius ran for the office of tribune and was elected. He immediately proved that he was no ordinary man. He denounced his brother's assassins and punished them. He promulgated the laws that Tiberius would have wanted. He cited Tiberius incessantly in his speeches. He was re-elected a tribune. He reduced the authority of the Senate. He controlled everything, organized everything, imparting his prodigious activity and his indefatigable energy to everyone. He was craftier than his brother. He had learned from him, and he had time to meditate his revenge without beclouding his mind. For a long while, he retained the support of the wealthy by proposing laws that pleased the rich and others that suited the poor. But eventually he voiced the idea that he had so long meditated in silence. All Italians should be given the rights of citizens. Rome would be the capital of a vast Italic nation. No longer would the empire be founded on a municipal oligarchy allied with the corrupt merchants, but on rival classes working in partnership. The former centers of civilization and the wealth and the multitudes that poured into Rome would be restored. The former centers of civilization and commerce, now destroyed or declined, would be restored, and the wealth and the multitudes that poured into Rome, threatening to choke the nerve center of the empire, would be distributed evenly throughout different lands. It was the historic task of Rome that Gaius had in mind, but he thought could accomplish alone what it was to take 6 generations to achieve. His grandiose ideas were too premature, his plan to accord the rights of a Roman citizen to all Italians pleased neither the nobility nor the little people. The Senate decided that things had gone far enough. The consul Lucian Optimus led the conspiracy. Pursued and about to be taken, Gaius killed himself in a wood dedicated to the Furies. Septimius cut off his head. Gaius, in his turn, was thrown into the Tiber, along with 3,000 of his followers. The year of Gaius's death, the grape harvest was exceptionally good. The nobles, the wealthy, the big and the small landowners bought up all the slaves on the market. The Gracchi brothers were the last true aristocrats of Rome. Licinius robbed the aristocracy of its traditional energy and its virtues. Most of their laws were abolished. The robber barons rid the Roman Empire of all the leaders who had dreamed of being generous, or simply of being just. Balbinius, Emilian, Valerian, Aurelius, and Maximus were assassinated in their turn. Probus lasted 6 years, Tactius 10 months, and Pertinax 97 days. 16 centuries later, Machiavelli wrote that men forget the death of their father more easily than the loss of their patrimony, and they hesitate less to harm a man who is loved than another who is feared. Later, after Honorius, the frontiers of the empire were overrun by the barbarians. The empire invaded.
That's a fact.
Asunder, and Rome faded into oblivion. The Gracchi brothers were not forgotten by the Roman people. Statues were erected in their memory, and a cult was founded in their honor.
The moon was much brighter than it is now, and larger in appearance than the sun. In many rabbinical sources, it is stated that the sun and the moon were equally bright at first. The same statement was made to Dacia by the Aborigines of the New World. The sun and the moon had equal light in the past. At the other end of the world, the Japanese asserted the
Heaven man, so vivid was the Great Father's celestial image, and so overpowering was his influence on civilization in its infancy, that the ancient chroniclers often gave him human form, recalling him as the first man. But he was no mortal of flesh and blood, a celestial giant whose body encompassed all the gods and composed the primeval matter of creation. The Great Father reigned over the prosperous age, and then departed amid great upheaval. The mythical accounts give this imposing figure such tangible and human traits. More than one scholar reduces him to a living man, an esteemed tribal ancestor whose heroic exploits succeeding generations progressively enlarged until the entire universe came under his authority. This is the approach of William Ridgway, who, in a survey of the best-known figures of the Great Father, argues that only an actual tribal chief could have left such a profound imprint on primitive communities. Ridgway asks us whether the abstract sky, or the solar orb, or a vegetation spirit, common explanations of the Great Father, could produce such devotion as is evident in the annual lamentations over the ruler's catastrophic death. Osiris, Brahma, Tammuz, Quetzalcoatl, Their devotees remember each as a living ancestor, whose passing was a terrifying calamity. Of course, Ridgway does not assume that one man alone accounts for all the traditions of a great father. Rather, he seeks to identify each in terms of a historical figure, quite distinct from the venerated ancestors of other tribes. If his argument against prevailing astronomical and vegetation theories carried great weight, they failed to explain the global parallels between the respective myths. Nor can one reconcile Ridgway's interpretation with the incontrovertible fact that, in the earliest accounts, the Great Father is manifestly cosmic. That many sacred histories, however, present the Creator King in human form is a paradox requiring an explanation. The solution lies in the nature of the legendary first man. Who was Adam? If one compares the traditions of Adam with the global image of the Great Father, there can be little doubt that this primeval ancestor was simply a special form of the universal monarch. According to Hebrew legend, Adam's stature was so great that he extended from earth to the center of heaven. His continents obscured the sun. Like the universal monarch, Adam was Lord on earth, to rule and control it, teaching his subjects first arts, then sciences. Well, he had his priorities straight. The myths say that the terrestrial creatures took him to be their creator, and they all came to offer him adoration. While the chroniclers call this a mistake, substantial evidence shows that the tradition pertained more to a god than a man. In Gnostic and other mystic systems, Adam is not a mortal but a cosmic being whose body contained the seed of all later creation, as observed by G.G. Shalom, summarizing the traditions of the Hebrew Kabbalah. Adam, or Adam Kadmon, is the primordial man, that is, a vast representation of the power of the universe, which is concentrated in him. This Adam is the man of light, occupying the center of the cosmos and radiating energy along the axis of the universe. He is creator and supporter of the world, whose body encloses all the elements of life. And one interesting side note is that in astrology, which is also Hermeticism, basic principles, they have the cosmos in the shape of a man, and his head is by, I believe it's the Pleiades, which represents man's third eye, the pineal gland. Islamic mystics called Adam the universal man, or perfect man, upholding the cosmos. To the Ophites of the early Christian era, he was Adamus, the man from on high, or, in the words of Lenormant, the typical perfect man, that is, the heavenly prototype of man. It is one of the cosmonic fragments preserved in the extracts of Sanctirathon, as recorded by Philo of Byblos. Adam is born at the beginning of all things, and is identical with the Greek Uranos, heaven. The modern-day Mandeans of Iraq know Adam as the king of the universe, a personification of all spiritual man, of all that spiritual man is intended to be and achieve. This, of course, sounds almost exactly like the primordial God One of global legend. Indeed, in the myths of many lands, the first man and creator king are identical, though the Hindu Yama and his counterpart Manu appear as the creator and king of the world. They also signify the primal ancestor. Their character as the first man, however, does not mean flesh and blood. They are the celestial prototypes, notes Lenormant, symbolic of man in general. The role in the Hindu Yama is filled in Persian myth, not only by Yama, but also by Gea Maritain, legendary first king, a man of perfect purity, produced brilliant and white, radiant and tall. Sounds like an extraterrestrial. He too appears as the prototype of mankind. Many myths make no distinction between the creator and the first man. The oceanic tiki is at once the first man and the creator or progenitor of man. Among the Koryak, the creator of the world is also the first man, the father and protector of the Koryak. In the Symbolion, North American Tsarion tribe say that it was the first man who brought the world out of the primeval water. They also say that the first man, the creator, that no man made him, and that he is immortal. The Altiac Tartars similarly speak of a world man or first man. In the creation myths, he doubles for God himself and raises the world from the cosmic waters. Comparable is the world man of the Lapps, or the lonely man whom the Yakuts deem the first ancestor and whose dwelling pierced the summit of heaven. If the general tradition be our guide, Adam is the solitary god of beginnings, presented in human form. This was the opinion of the controversial Gerald Massey, who, enchanted by the depth of Egyptian cosmology, proposed that the Hebrew Adam echoed the older Egyptian Atum, the god who shone forth alone in the abyss. It matters little whether the relationship of the two figures is as direct as Massey suggested. Throughout the ancient world, the original God passed into the legendary first ancestor as the creative intelligence and voice, word of heaven. The Great Father came to be viewed as the thinking and speaking man, a towering giant whose body was the original cosmos. Both the tomb and later Adam possessed this distinctive character as heaven man, as in astrology too. But certain developments of the idea stand out. 1. The Egyptian version of the myth, the great god Atum-Ra, through tumultuous speech, brings forth a circle of subordinate gods as satellites, revolving in his company and forming his own limbs. The central god and his revolving members compose the primordial cosmos, heaven, world. The crucial term is Paut, P-A-U-T. It means primeval water, primeval matter, referring to the material emitted by Atum, which took form as the cosmos. Paut is equivalent to the Ku, or fiery words of power, uttered by the great god. The term signifies at once the circle of the gods and body of Atum-Ra, which is to say cosmos equals company of gods equals creator's limbs body. That the created cosmos emanated from the primordial God is a theme which persisted in later traditions of Adam. From Adam Kadmon sprang successive degrees of creation. Gnostic tradition knew Adam as the prima materia of the cosmos, a remarkable parallel to the Egyptian primeval matter, the limbs of Atum-Ra. The great god's body embraces and is heaven, not only in Egyptian but all principal cosmology. Like Atum, the Sumerian An encompasses the entire heaven. Indeed, this very name signifies heaven, and one can trace the equation of God and heaven, or shining heaven, through all of the ancient languages. The Chinese Tian signifies both the high God and heaven, as does the Altiac Tengri, the Sanskrit Dias, and heaven, as does the Altaric Tengri, Dias, Latin deus carries the double meaning of God in heaven. It is useless to look to the open sky for an explanation of this equivalence. Originally, heaven meant the orchestrated cosmos, or body, of the God One, formed by the circle of lesser gods. The myths unanimously insist that this celestial order collapsed with the death of the great God, the Heaven Man. 2. All-embracing character of the Great Father facilitated important development of the God's image at a time when cultural mixture could have destroyed the monotheistic theme. In ancient Egypt, almost every district seems to have had its favored representative of the God One, a fact which gives the great compendiums of Egypt religion, pyramid texts, etc., a misleading appearance of confusion. How can we speak of a solitary God when Egyptian texts refer to an endless number of primary deities? 3. In a subsequent development of the myth, the Heaven Man passed into a mythical philosophical explanation of our Earth and the material universe as a whole. Here the god appears as a primordial giant who existed before the deluge and gave his body to creation, not the creation of the primordial cosmos, but of our world with its mountains, seas, clouds, and surrounding heavenly bodies. A noteworthy example is the Scandinavian primeval giant, Ymir. In the prose, Edda, the gods fashioned the world from the giant's body, from his blood, the sea and lakes, from his flesh, the earth, from his bones, the mountains. His teeth become rocks and pebbles, his skull, the sky, and his brains, the clouds. The sparks and burning embers produced by his dismemberment became the stars. Compare the Hindu giant Purusha, whose body formed the world. His mouth was the Brahman, his 2 thighs the Vyasa. From his 2 feet the Sudra was born. The moon was born from his mind. It's pretty crazy. From his eye the sun was born. From his navel was produced the air. From his head the sky was evolved. From his 2 feet the earth. From his ears the quarters. Purusha is the primal man. In Buddhist lore, this cosmic giant is Bodhisattva Manjukri. Elsewhere in China, the role belongs to the demiurge Panku, whose body provides the material for creation. Zoroastrians claim that the created world was the giant sphere, cosmos, the body of the great god Zervan. All such heaven-sustaining giants can be best understood by reference to the original cosmos of the God One, rather than the open expanse to which the term heaven normally refers to today. 4. If the giant myths emphasize the material form of the Heaven Man, an age of metaphysics stressed the god's character as universal intelligence, raising his image to a high degree of philosophical purity. The God One became the first principle, first cause, mind, word, or self, logos, Sophia, Tao, etc. Yet, in none of these cases did detached philosophy succeed in creating a pure abstraction. The Greek nous, N-O-U-S, the animating mind, or intelligent spirit, was never fully divorced from the antecedent tradition of the Heaven Man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus tradition of Heaven Man. Both Vesuvius and Syncellus identify the great mind with Prometheus, the primordial man who lived before the deluge. In Orphic description of the universal mind, it is hardly distinguishable from the Hindu giant Purusha. All things were contained within the vast womb of the god. Heaven was his head. Bright beams of stars were his radiant locks, and all productive earth was his sacred womb. The circling ocean was his belt. His body, the universe, was radiant, immovable, eternal, and pure ether was his intellectual soul. The ancients knew. The mighty nous, by which he pervades, animates, preserves, and governs all things. Nous was the primordial one, from which all things emanated. The central light which produced and regulated the cosmos body. An exactly equivalent notion was the Hindu universal self. There, the original concept certainly did not mean invisible soul, or anything like it. The cosmic self was Brahma, or Prajapati, the golden child, who appeared alone on the first occasion. In the beginning, say the Upanishads, Prajapati stood alone. The same texts say, in the beginning there was self alone. From the primordial self, enclosed all the life elements, issued the creation in successive degrees. From the self sprang ether. From the ether, air. From air, fire. From fire, water, etc. Adam Kadmon radiated the elements in similar fashion. Hindu thought portrays the universal self as the first form in the animating soul of the heaven man. In the beginning, this universe was nothing but the self in the form of a man. It looked around and saw there was nothing but itself, whereupon its first shout was, "It is I," whence the concept I arose. Then the self poured forth the creation. The created world, cosmos, in Hindu myth, took form as the giant Purusha, recognized as the body of Prajapati Brahma self. Numerous traditions, the emanation or pouring out of creation, as the Greek god's speech. This is the root meaning of the Greek and Hebrew word, which signify really visible speech. The Chinese Tao, the primeval unity or first cause, also conveys the idea to speak. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, states the Hebrew psalmist 33:6. This idea of the creative word of God, observes John Allegro, came to have a profound philosophical and religious importance and was, and still is, the subject of much metaphysical debate. But originally it was not an abstract notion. You could see the Word of God. In the Hebrew creation legend, the speech of the Creator is poured out as spittle or seed. The most forceful spurting of this seed is accompanied by thunder and the shrieking wind. The imagery takes us back to the thundering voice of Atum. In most creation myths, and certainly in the Egyptian and Sumerian prototypes, the Great Father, his life-bearing rays, his voice, word, and the company of gods, limbs, thoughts, limbs, all appear as powers seen and heard. The god is the celestial man, whose history became the overwhelming obsession of ancient ritual, residing at the stationary center, the domain, which the Egyptians called the Maat, M-A-A-T, truth, or wisdom, and the Mesopotamians denominated Apsu, residence of wisdom. The god commanded the cosmic revolutions. He was, in short, the creative intelligence, producing a new and harmonious celestial order. This was the heaven man, the ideal man, and the ideal king.
In splendor. Traditions of many peoples maintain that the moon lost a large part of its light and became much dimmer than it had been in earlier ages. In order that the sun and the moon should give off comparable light, the moon must have had an atmosphere with a high albedo, refracting power, or it must have been much closer to the Earth. In the latter case, the moon would have appeared larger than the sun. In fact, the Babylonian astronomers computed the visible diameter of the sun as only 2/3 the visible diameter of the moon, which makes a relation of 4 to 9 for the illuminating surfaces. This measure surprised modern scholars who are aware of the exactness of the measurements made by the Babylonian astronomers, and who reason that during the eclipses one can easily observe the approximate equality of the visible disks.
Targum Yerushalmi, Genesis chapter 1 verse 16 and Numbers chapter 28 verse 15. Harlan 60b.
Man, thank God I don't show the words
Other sources
anymore.
in Ginsburg. Legends V34FF. Beatus Hagan. Historia General.
De las Costa de la Nueva Expanda. Cf. The Peruvian tradition recorded by Pedro Sarmiento de Gamboa in the 16th century, according to which Viracocha created the moon brighter than the sun. There's that Nehangi again. 1896 that book was written. Thompson, all that stuff there. Handbook of the South American Indians, 1948. The Earth Without the Moon, section see above. Wiedner, unless I'm missing something there. And these guys. Supplements. Paulie Wasoa. All right. And that was it. History.com. This rotation in about things like extraterrestrials, but he knew that if he did, that he'd be run out, as a kook. So he didn't even approach it, but he talks about it in this video. And, I felt creative, so I kind of put it to a theme of the movie that was my favorite movie as a kid, and that was The Day the Earth Stood Still.
French authors.
And it blinked out, and then it blinked back in. I left the moon and proceeded from the area of India towards Babylonia, that he brought many wonders. Destroyed mankind prior to the deluge. It is impossible to declare that it was the first catastrophe. It depends on the memory of the peoples which catastrophe they consider as the act of creation. Human
All right, I'm just going to go right to the last one because it's getting kind of late and I'm kind of getting tired, so I'm just going to go to the last one, and this is a little woo-woo for you, but it's cool. I liked it. It's gotten a lot of views, so here it comes.
Hyperborea. Hyperboreans' name comes from the ancient Greek, means beyond the north wind. Their gods were called the Titans, 6 males and 6 female deities. They were known to be very benevolent in a time known as the Golden Age. But they were capricious and disappeared without a trace. The civilization has been described in many cultures as being very tall, blue-eyed, blonde, and fair-skinned, with a well-developed and organized society. One of his many talents are arts and science. Its inhabitants live in a state of permanent light and love. In fact, it is a race that has always lived without war. This concept of work is unparalleled. Their highest crime was an emotional betrayal. Their genetic knows no age or disease. They are highly psychic beings. Another part of Greek history connects the Hyperboreans with the founding of several major religious shrines in ancient Greece. It is also said in these writings that the planet would be connected by tunnels throughout the interior of our planet. Different cultures around the world agree in their ancient writings that mankind originated in Hyperborea. The ancient breed has the same origin as the Atlantean and Lemurian. of extraterrestrial origin. Today, a part of this civilization is hidden inside the planet. Scientists have confirmed that there are openings at the poles, which would serve as inputs to an advanced hidden world. Considering this theory, the ancient Greek legend would make sense. Some researchers claim that the Hyperboreans lived for a time with other breeds like Atlanteans and Lemurians, and its most intense relationship with the Atlanteans, whose allies exchanged part of their science and astronomy. Hyperborea is not a legend. There remains, first, remember that this region, as well as the two continents lost, have not ceased to exist, since there are its buildings in the deep ocean, as has been recently demonstrated. They speculate that at some point in the history of mankind, these continents may re-emerge to the surface. Moreover, not all Hyperboreans disappeared in the Great Catastrophe. A part of their society was safe, forewarned of the impending destruction of their civilization. This happened before the two continents, Lemuria and Atlantis, and the region of Hyperboreans were swallowed by the waters by a shift in the Earth's axis. For a while, they prepared their migration into the planet. One of these places is Mount Shasta, California. Some of these descendants eventually, in the course of our history, were surfacing and adopting to different parts of the world, migrating to the southern lands, mixing with other ethnic groups of people of different regions of the world. Quetzalcoatl and possibly Pythagoras set out with fellow Hyperboreans across the world to help rebuild civilization, such as Iceland and mainland Europe, as well as the lands of India, Himalaya, or the American continent, providing expertise in mathematics, esoteric wisdom, astronomy, etc. The White Island, Hyperborea, is the only place that escaped the general fate of all continents after the disaster. It cannot be destroyed by water or fire, as it is in the eternal earth. Perhaps the most famous healer of the Hyperboreans was a man named Abaris. He was given a magical arrow by the god Apollo, on which he flew around the world performing miracles. Really. Abaris the Hyperborean, son of the Soothed, was a legendary sage, healer, and priest of Apollo known to the ancient Greeks. He was supposed to have learned his skills in his homeland, Hyperborea, and he was endowed with the gift of prophecy. By this, as well as by his Scythian dress of simplicity and honesty, he created a great sensation in Greece and was held in high esteem. Can't find any new information on the arrow. They're all phrased the same, from the same stock writer. Frustrating. This is the race that humans would aspire to be at their best. Abaris aligned souls to their divine nature, and through geometric spears and music, he performed what he called soul adjustments. Abaris practiced medicine on the soul as well as on the body by means of incantations. Sound creates matter, cold frequencies, which are constructed in an ice grid for planet sustainability. This was well known. Hyperboreans knew the process of planet Earth evolution and ascension to new frequencies. Their technology was designed to make harmonic ascension of the planet and life. Hyperboreans had conscious about our animal soul, the vehicle or body of desires and passions, and the astral form of humankind after death. This enigmatic paradise was guarded by powerful races of demigods called Hyperboreans. This land was supposed to be perfect, the sun shining 24 hours a day. It is possible that Hyperborea had no real physical location at all. for according to classical Greek poet Pindar, neither by ship nor on foot would you find the marvelous road to the assembly of the Hyperboreans. In Saturn theory, the celestial north was the abode of the gods. This road to the assembly of the Hyperboreans, Pindar also described the otherworldly perfection of the Hyperboreans. Never the muse is absent from their ways. Lyres clash and flutes cry, and everywhere maiden choruses whirling. Neither disease nor bitter old age is mixed in with their sacred blood. Far from the labor of battle they live. The earliest extant source that mentions Hyperborea in detail, Herodotus' Histories. Book 4, chapters 32 and 36 dates from circa 450 BC. However, Herodotus recorded 3 earlier sources that supposedly mention the Hyperboreans, including Hesiod and Homer, the later purportedly having written of Hyperborea in his lost work Epigoni, if that be really a work of his. Herodotus also wrote of Scythians, who are estimated to have lived in the Kazakh steppe. Beyond these live the one-eyed Armispians. We know them as the Cyclops. I'm going to have to do a show on the Cyclops. Further on, the gold-guarding griffin.
You weak-minded fool!
And beyond these, the Hyperboreans, Herodotus assumed that Hyperborea lay somewhere in Northeast Asia. Pindar, contemporaries of Herodotus in the 5th century BC, each briefly described or referenced the Hyperboreans in their works. The Hyperboreans were believed to live beyond the snowy Riphean mountains, according to Pausanias, men living beyond the home of Boreas. Homer placed Boreas north of Thrace and Dacia. Other ancient writers, however, believe the home of the Boreas, or the Danube, Riphean mountains, were in a different location. For example, Hecataeus of Miletus believed that the Riphean mountains, Riphean mountains, were adjacent to the Black Sea. Alternatively, Pindar placed the home of Boreas, the Riphean mountains, and Hyperborea all near the Danube, in contrast to the Riphean mountains with the Alps and the Hyperboreans as a Celtic tribe who lived just beyond them. Aristotle placed the Riphean mountains on the borders of Scythia and Hyperborea further north. Hecataeus of Abdera and others believed Hyperborea was Britain. Later, Roman and Greek sources continued to change the location of the Riphean mountains, the home of Boreas, as well as Hyperborea, supposedly located beyond them. However, all these sources agreed that these were all in far north of Greece, and the kings of this Hyperborean city and the supervisors of the sacred precinct are called Boreandai. Thus, they are thought to be around 10 feet tall, 3 meters, who ruled Hyperborea. Later classical sources, Plutarch, writing in the 1st century AD, connected the Hyperboreans with the Gauls who had sacked Rome. To the Greeks and Romans, where Pliny, Pindar, and Herodotus, as well as Virgil and Cicero, reported that the people lived to the age of 1,000 and enjoyed lives of complete happiness. What do we know about that with Saturn theory? Is that the Earth was much more protected from harmful cosmic radiation due to the denser atmosphere with more oxygen and less gravity. Hecataeus of Abdera collated all the stories about the Hyperboreans, current in the 4th century BC, and published a lengthy treatise on them, lost to us, but noted by Diodorus Siculus. Also, the sun was supposed to rise and set only once a year in Hyperborea, which would place it above or upon the Arctic Circle, more generally the Arctic Pole. The ancient Greek writer Theopompus, in his work Philippica, claimed Hyperborea was once planned to be conquered by a large race of soldiers from another island. Some have claimed this was Atlantis. The plan, though, was abandoned because the soldiers from Merophis realized the Hyperboreans were too strong for them and the most blessed of people. This unusual tale, which some believe was satire or comedy, was preserved by Alien. Alien, that's funny. Alien. Theseus visited the Hyperboreans, and Pindar transferred Perseus' encounter with Medusa there from its traditional site of Libra, always trying to add the schism or the disconnect. Polynus wrote that the Argonauts sighted Hyperborea when they sailed through the Eridanos. Physical appearance. The Greek legend asserts that the Boreads, who were the descendants of Boreas, the snow nymph Chione, founded the first theocratic monarchy on Hyperborea. This legend is found preserved in the writings of Aelian. The god Apollo, or Apollon known to the Greeks, has a priest, the son of Boreas, the sons of Boreas, Northwind, and Chione, Snow, 3 in number, brothers by birth, and 6 cubits in height, about 3 meters. And the kings of this Hyperborean city and the supervisors of the sacred precinct are called Boreandi, since they are descendants of Boreas, and the succession to these positions is always kept in their family. H.P. Blavatsky, René Gignon, Julius Evola all shared belief in Hyperborean polar origins of mankind and a subsequent solidification and de-evolution. According to these esoterists, Hyperborea was the golden age, polar center of civilization and spirituality. Man does not rise from the ape, but progressively devolves into ape-like condition as it strays physically and spiritually from its mystical otherworldly homeland in the far north, succumbing to the demonic energies of the South Pole, the greatest point of materialization. See Jocelyn Godwin, Arctos, the Polar Myth, and Robert Sharrow related the Hyperboreans to an ancient astronaut race, reputedly very large, very white people, who had chosen the least warm area on the Earth because it corresponded more closely to their own climate on the planet from which they originated. I would think that the Rhythian Mountains were more likely the Caucasus Mountains. That seems to make more sense. But we know from Saturn theory that the North Pole was a paradise at one time. Conan the Barbarian, Hyperborea, is to the northeast of his homeland in Cimmeria. His brow was low and broad, his eyes a volcanic blue that smoldered as if with some inner fire. His dark, scarred, almost sinister face was that of a fighting man. Races always start at their golden age, where kindness and abundance are at their zenith, and then they spiral downward toward the opposite. The Hyperboreans, or Hyperboreans, became more physical. At one time they could fly and did not have to eat, but eventually those were taken away. Their skin was said to be blue on some occasions. They could perceive the truth of the universe. They experiment to become detached, and that led to having hard hearts. It led to their demise. It's funny, it's kind of happening to humanity today. We're becoming less and less human. They valued their own survival over helping others. Those Hyperboreans that would not repent their hardness of heart were eliminated by hurricanes. It is said that Jupiter is responsible for the 4 seasons, and the Sun and Jupiter conspired to boot Saturn from the inner solar system. Shiva is the great destroyer, the shell cracker. Destruction is needed for new growth. Mainstream science tries to make us believe that origins of life take a long, long time, as in millions to billions of years. Velikovsky found the bomb craters in England during the Blitz. Brand new species of flowers would be found growing in the craters within days. What does that say?
Well, in mythology, there's rivalry between those two planets, and it's usually portrayed as two brothers, twin brothers, or a male and a feminine aspect. For instance, Jesus and Mary Magdalene, or Jesus and Satan, you see? And Saturn always gets to play the negative part, because Saturn is... The relationship between Saturn and the Sun is this. The Sun is the primary of the solar system right now. But probably around about 15,000 years ago, it was Saturn. And Saturn, according to the scientists at thunderbolts.info, Wallace Thornhill and those guys there, the position of Saturn was in a northerly position. It was the sun of this solar system, and it was in a coaxial relationship with the Earth, and in between Saturn and the Earth there was Venus and Mars. So it was a coaxial relationship, you see, and Saturn was always in the northern heavens as the sun of this solar system. Then 15,000 years ago, there was a switch. This sun turns up. Now, Saturn's orbit takes 29.5 years, and that's the magic number, because it relates to the sun. 20 years relates to the Earth in 29.5 day cycles. So you see this powerful relationship between the Earth and the Moon, the sisters, Isis and Nephthys, you know, and they are in a phase lock sort of orbit with each other, but it's very powerful. And the Moon is very influential over this orb, the Earth, her sister, and it causes the tides and things like that, or at least it affects that. And we see the effect of the Moon with people on full moons, with insanity and etc., all of those things. Well, Saturn does the same with the Sun, and astrologers know that when Saturn is in transit, meaning when Saturn is in a position in your birth chart where you might have some certain frictions like afflictions. Okay, now this is astrological language, but it's still science. When Saturn comes to those returns, those transits and stuff like that, people notice it. They notice it. People who are aware. Not the average person, they don't know anything about this, but astrologers know the effect of Saturn. They know the effect of the Moon, primarily. These two are the most powerful, without a doubt, in the solar system and in astrology. So, but in mythology you'll find that one is electric and one is magnetic. It's always like that. The relationship is always like that, and I'm pointing out the fact that L, which is the word, well, electricity derives from L. L is one of those words that turns up in the mythologies all the time. You have Emmanuel, Israel, the Bible, Babel, the bell for Baal that you have in the chapel and steeple and cathedral, and you know, you go to the altar to worship El or Allah. All of these L words that have to do with masculinity, because the letter L is lamed in Hebrew and it is erect. It is the male phallic, the obelisk. So, and that is pretty much the sun. It's a sundial, and the sun is phallic. Elohim, or Elios. But Saturn also gets the title of El. So there's always this friction between... Saturn is known as Baal, or Baal, or Bel, or just plain old El. And you see, Jesus was called in Matthew 1, verse 23, and the virgin shall give a child, and we shall call his name Emmanuel. Well, Emmanuel, Jesus Emmanuel, that is, he's got a friend, a dark friend called Magdalene. Interesting about that, isn't it? El and Mag, electricity and magnetism. So you see how these characters turn up. And by the way, Mary Magdalene, I mean, Mary's a dead giveaway. Mary is maritime, marine, all those water words. You know, M is the crest of the wave, actually. You know, the water, the waves, M. And in fact, the Hebrew letter M, Mem, for M, means water. So
I think there is something to the ancient times to modern times. The progress is not linear, like mainstream tries to say. But there is a time when it seems that the older something was, the better it was. And that can really only be explained by a decline in knowledge, a survivor race that spread out and helped bring the survivors back to some kind of civilization. And of course, they had a lot of knowledge, but as they passed away, the knowledge slowly degraded. And that's exactly what we see in the architecture and the monoliths or megaliths, or all the stone buildings. I want to comment further. In fact, I have an entire editorial or an when we hear things that are wacky or out there, we only judge that based on information that we have picked up from sources that want us to think like that. In order to think outside of the box, you have to get outside of the box. We're programmed by the media to feel fear 24/7. And I reject that in every way, shape, and form. Just one more thing. If you like the show, please donate $1 or $2 to help with costs.
Well, how rude. Are you guys still there? It's time to say goodnight. There's anybody there? Hello? 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 Cincy Joe. Hello, Cincy Joe. Hey, what's going on there, Andy?
I'm just listening to that video you got.
That wasn't bad, huh? I remember when I made that. It's actually got quite a few views. It did pretty good. It's got for me it's good. Let's see, what was it got? 63,000 views. That's not bad.
Well, the beauty about it is you don't make judgment. You just, this is what I found in my research.
Yeah.
And you lay it out. Yeah, it's no judgment in it.
62,000. That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That Santos character.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah, I like Santos.
That's his name, right? The guy that was just talking.
Well, yeah,
He's interesting. He's very interesting. I'm not sure where he gets his knowledge from, though.
Well, he spent a long time being a Jehovah's Witness, and then he got into astrology. His astrology shows are very good. But then I don't know what happened. I think that maybe he did it to throw people off, but he got into the flat earth, and that's when I stopped watching him. But I think he might have did that just to get people off his back, because they said he was getting attacked, like.
Yeah.
and people were messing with him, and so once he goes there, people are probably like, oh yeah, he's harmless. He believes in the flat Earth. That's what I think. Probably because nobody with any brains would really think that's true. That's just my opinion. But let me show you how the men who killed Kennedy did. Now, this is my most viewed video right here. Purple Dawn. Okay, I was probably going to do a weekend where I'm going to show it. It has 107,000 views. And it was 6 years ago. Okay?
Yep.
Now look at this. The Men Who Killed Kennedy 3.
Official investigative body.
The cover-up. 215,000 views 4 months ago. It went semi-viral for me, and the thing is that now YouTube sent me a thing saying that it's adult rated. So they saw I was getting all kinds of views with it and subscribers, and they just can't have that. I mean, I can't figure out any other way to explain it.
Well, the topic of Kennedy is pretty big now on YouTube.
Right now, absolutely it is. It is, because it's coming up on the 60th anniversary.
And most people are saying the same thing,
Well, you still got your Oswald did it's, And that's just all you got to look is like half-inch deep in the evidence, and it's ridiculous to even think that. I don't have time to hold someone's hand through all the elementary stuff. You either get it by now or they don't. But, there's all kinds you can research. Once you research it, it becomes obvious that it was a conspiracy that killed him. Because they saw his brother Bobby coming up 8 years after, or for 8 years after. They could have had a Kennedy dynasty. And that would have probably cleaned the world up.
They said they were going to kill them all, and they did, except for, they killed the ones that were uncorruptible. They let the other ones in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just amazing. Like a naval captain, see what a small world it is. Richard Nixon was a Navy captain. And after the war, he got sent into Germany to secure as many Nazi documents as he could find. Well, he did. And he found that Allen Dulles was a traitor. And FDR had already known that. He was going to bring him to justice. But he died. And Dulles, Nixon contacted him and said, hey, I got this stuff here. So Dulles was like, well, I'll tell you what, if you find that, maybe you can make it to the bottom or get rid of those papers, I'll make sure that I finance your first run for public office. And now that Allen Dulles and Richard Nixon were, for 8 years, Allen Dulles ran the CIA and Richard Nixon was the vice president. And they were killing all kinds of people, man. It was just crazy. Corrupt. And, of course, LBJ was corrupt. Everybody was. They said Bobby Kennedy went to war with everybody. That's right, because everybody was corrupt. But I'm going to probably make a video for the 60th anniversary, so you can look forward to that, anyone who's into it.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons why there's so much interest in it again now, is because everybody sees everything's in turmoil.
Everything.
Everything seems to be in turmoil now, and so people are sort of searching the whys, I suppose, like you have a look, the money system's a mess, the bloody war system's a mess.
Everything's a mess.
Energy's a mess.
What are we going to do? Just print up another 100 billion? What that does is it makes things worth less. Causes inflation.
Well, I suppose the point of that is you put up another 100 billion for what? How's that actually help?
Just cannon fodder.
An American person get educated, or someone get health care, or anything like that, or be able to buy a house, all those sort of things. They're just getting out of reach of the average person. So, so the 100 billion won't fix it.
No, it's just going to just put a Band-Aid over it, because I heard that up to 650,000 Ukrainians have died. That's just that's mind-blowing. You know? What are they going to do?
See,
that's a lot of...
I've never heard that. That's crazy.
I know. Yeah, they're just getting slaughtered. The Russian army, and they have titanium, and they can just shoot shells all day and all night and never run out. We've given all our shells to Ukraine and Israel. We don't even have any ammunition right now. That's what I
you got to
heard.
remember there's been a lot of Russians killed as well.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, I know. It's just sad. I remember one mainstream media girl was interviewing Trump, and he made a comment, and she tried to catch him up in it. She said, "Oh, so you're not rooting for Ukraine to win?" And he went, "I just want to stop the dying." I thought that was a pretty damn good answer.
I just want to stop the dying. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And she didn't have no comeback for that. You know, I'm not per se a big Trump fan, but I do believe he's sincere. I do.
It's not all. That's right. I agree.
You know, and Bobby, of course, if they, I don't know what if it's Trump, RFK Jr. Some people are talking about a Trump RFK Jr. ticket. That would be really cool. Let Trump have his one term, then Bobby runs and gets two. That'd be good, but I don't know. Bobby doesn't seem to be interested.
I can't see that happening.
Yeah. Well, like, what about the libertarians? They always have some lackluster candidate. Why don't they get Bobby? He's pretty close to libertarians. Get somebody with some freaking, charisma for a change. There's somebody who's well-spoken. And, his voice was an affliction he got from a vaccine. That's why he was making such a fuss. He got him to stop putting in the mercury.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He sued Monsanto. He sued a lot of people and won. He's never lost a case. So, and he doesn't charge anything. He does it for free. So what are you going to do? They can't bribe him because he's got all the money in the world. The Kennedys get a piece of every bottle of scotch that's sold in the United States to this day. Can you imagine how rich they must be?
Well, that was a good deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, because Joe brought it here, So I was thinking about running one more video, and then we can call it a night. You guys got anything you want to talk about or anything like that?
No. We're pretty right. What about you, Paulie? Oh, Paulie's quiet too.
I'm over 6 hours, so that means I can't edit. Yeah, so I guess I'll do one more for the JFK folks, and we'll do this one right here because it was my number one viewer, and then we'll close it down, and then we'll have something for next week.
All right, catch you later, Greg.
All right, hey, I want to talk to you after, so just hang out.
All right.
Okay.
Will do.
All right. Here you go, folks. This is my number one viewed video. And I didn't create it.
This is a war which a brutalitarian force has won to a greater extent.
I dropped my keyboard. Sorry. I was playing this for you, Paulie, because you're a huge RFK fan. So I'm going to play about 20 minutes of it. 30 minutes at most. Okay?
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you like Bobby, don't you?
Of this ending, except by victory or how low an alleged man can sink. He's been asked here to come before the committee and give the information which he has in regard to this investigation. The Vice President. I will not sign the letter with false statements in it.
Very simple. In the record.
Mr.
All you have to do is sign it.
Don't pull that phony thing on me.
Sign the letter. There it is, Senator. Got my signature on it.
You have a document with false statements in it. I will not sign and agree that's true. You're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone, Mr. Symington. You're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone at all.
Senator,
I'm sure of that.
Senator, let me tell you something. The chair believes that the American people have had a look at you for 6 weeks. You're not fooling anyone either.
Then is Hoffa an improvement over Dave Beck?
Oh, there's no comparison between Mr. Hoffa and Mr. Beck. Mr. Beck is just a thief. I mean, this is not...
We may be in court together, you and I.
I hope the hell you know what you're doing, because... You've got people in Detroit, at least 15 who have police records. You've got Joey Glimko in Chicago. I say you're not tough enough to get rid of these people then.
Well, I don't propose to
You haven't moved against any of them.
I don't propose to act tough, and I will follow the Constitution of the International Union. I don't frighten too easy.
Well, you're not
I don't intend to have the impression left that's been stated publicly that I'm controlled by gangsters. I am not controlled by them.
While leaving the hearings, after these people had testified regarding this matter, did you say that SOB, I'll break his back?
Who?
You.
Say
say to who? To anyone. Did you make that statement after these people testified before the committee?
I never talked to either one of them after testifying.
No, I'm not talking about to them. Did you make that statement here in the hearing room after the testimony was finished?
Not concerning them, far as I know of.
Well, who did you make it about?
I don't know. I may have been discussing somebody in a figure of speech.
Well, who did you make the statement? Whose back were you going to break?
I don't even remember it.
Well, whose back were you going to break, Mr. Hoffa?
Figure of speech, I don't even know who I was talking about, and I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not satisfied when I see men like Jimmy Hoffa in charge of the largest union in the United States, still free.
There are those who will tell you that Hoffa is a racket man, that Hoffa is part of the underworld. They have tried to arouse, if you will, a revolution with this international union. First with the hearings before the McClellan Committee, and little Bobby Kennedy.
Would you allow as a Teamster official a man who was a communist, who was elected by the membership?
We don't have any communists in our Teamsters. Just a moment, please, that I know of.
What do you mean? There's no question about Mr. Goldblatt, although there can be a question about Mr. Hoffa. There's no question about Mr. Goldblatt.
Oh, wait a minute. Just a moment. Don't say anything about a question about Hoffa. There is no question about Hoffa, and don't you say that either.
Does Robert Kennedy strike you as a good candidate?
He wasn't a good attorney general. He, in all probability, a worse senator. I would hate to think what would happen if he became president of the United States. We'd probably have a fascist government because he is a spoiled brat.
A continuation of the vendetta of Bob Kennedy.
I have been sentenced. I will appeal. I am not guilty. And I say to the millions of members of organized labor, have heed. Because those who fight for you and fight to win will find that out of this conviction, the zeal of Attorney General Robert Kennedy. An absolute spoiled brat, a man who never had to work, a man who had no principle. I have no respect for him then, I have no respect for his memory now. It will not happen, because if it does, he's going to get hurt.
I learned in 1962 that Mr. Parton had been entrusted with the mission of securing plastic explosives to be used in either blowing up Mr. Bobby Kennedy, then the U.S. Attorney General, in his automobile or in his home.
Did you learn anything that backed that up from your own personal experience?
Yes, there were 2 telephone calls that were monitored by me. The calls originated with Mr. Parton and terminated with Mr. Hoffa on the other end of the line. Mr. Parton discussed as briefly as possible, being cut off by Mr. Hoffa, that he had obtained the plastic explosive that Mr. Hoffa was seeking.
Tell us about the vice operations down in Lake County, Indiana.
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might then incriminate me.
Would you tell us whether if you have opposition from anybody that you dispose of them by having them stuffed in a trunk? Is that what you do, Mr. Giancana?
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might then incriminate me.
Will you tell us anything about any of your operations, or you just giggle every time I ask you a question?
Declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might then incriminate me.
I thought only little girls giggled, Mr. Giancana.
Robert Kennedy brought a lot of pressure on the CIA to do things to foment insurrection against Castro.
Plots in the CIA included assassination, and one scheme in particular angered Robert Kennedy because it involved organized crime and one of his mortal enemies, the mobster Sam Giancana. In Las Vegas, a jealous Giancana hired a private investigator to bug the hotel room of his mistress, the singer Phyllis McGuire. When the crime was exposed, Giancana demanded that the charges be dropped.
No comment.
He bragged that he was involved in a top-secret operation with the government. When word reached Kennedy that a mob boss he was trying to prosecute wanted a favor, he demanded an explanation. He received this memo from CIA lawyer Larry Houston in May of 1962, informing him that Giancana and the mob had been hired by the CIA to murder Fidel Castro. This plot had been hatched by the CIA and authorized during the Eisenhower administration. Kennedy was outraged and intensified his investigation of Giancana.
I think he cracked down
hard and harshly to send you kind of a message that whatever he thought the deal was, whatever the CIA had represented the deal to him as being, that it was not a deal.
I think he did not stop the plots, but I think he gathered from Larry Houston that the plots had stopped, and he expressed his disapproval and assumed that that meant that they wouldn't continue in the future, but they did in fact continue. But I think they misled him and deceived him, and I think all intelligence agencies do that. It's in the nature of the beast.
The nation's underworld gets the unwelcome spotlight of publicity as the Senate's Investigations Subcommittee begins new hearings on crime. Arkansas Senator McClelland is at the helm. Attorney General Robert Kennedy paints a grim picture of the rise of lawlessness under the Cosa Nostra, or Mafia. This he describes as the government of organized gambling, narcotics peddling, extortion, racketeering, and controlling of certain trade unions. He says the income runs into billions. These hearings always attract a large number of spectators. This one is particularly crowded, awaiting the first public appearance of Joseph Velaki, the convicted hoodlum whose confessions to the FBI have reportedly put a price of $100,000 on his head by the infuriated mafia.
As Attorney General, Robert Kennedy made it clear that he would not play favorites with his family's friends. He approved the prosecution of Judge Vincent Keogh. Keogh's brother was a powerful congressman and JFK supporter. He did this even though President Kennedy took the congressman as his guest to the 1962 Army-Navy game as a message to his brother to reconsider the indictment.
I'll tell you why it was important. It was very, very widely known that there was a grand jury investigation and what was going on up in New York. The entire Department of Justice personnel, everybody in the department was looking at that case because this was going to be a test as to whether Bob Kennedy was incorruptible or not. It was that important.
The judge was eventually convicted of bribery, along with the mobster Tony Dux Corallo.
And from then on, everybody in the department knew that Bob Kennedy was not there to fix cases. He was there to proceed with the enforcement of the criminal law, regardless of who the subject matter was about.
His incorruptibility was repeatedly tested. Kennedy rejected an FBI report exonerating Igor Cassini of being an illegal lobbyist for a foreign dictator. Cassini was a friend of Robert's father and of Jacqueline Kennedy's. But when writer Peter Maas exposed Cassini in a magazine article, Kennedy indicted and convicted Cassini.
A couple of months later, I was having dinner with Bobby in New York, and the subject came up. And he said to me, you know, this Cassini case was the last thing I was looking to prosecute. But he said, what's right is right. And from then on, I knew that this was a guy with enormous and maybe unique integrity in politics.
We made some recommendations for legislation which we feel would make a major impact on the operations of the big-time gamblers and racketeers throughout the country.
Kennedy's great achievement as Attorney General came as a gangbuster. Organized crime was in its heyday, and it was Robert Kennedy who turned history's tide and broke the back of the mob. Despite the fact that the FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover maintained the fiction that organized crime did not exist. Kennedy surfaced mob informer Joe Valachi on national television in hearings conducted by his old mentor, John McClellan. He increased successful mob prosecutions by 700%.
McClellan wanted Valachi to testify. The Bureau was opposed. There was a big meeting up in Bob's office. I strongly recommended that he be permitted to testify, and he did. And from that point on, there was a general agreement among all law enforcement agencies, state and federal, that this mafia organization existed. That was one of the major achievements of Robert Kennedy's administration.
At the moment President Kennedy was shot, his brother Robert, the Attorney General, was home on a lunch break from a special meeting with federal prosecutors about his war against organized crime. Later that afternoon, he told his aide, Edwin Guthman, "I thought they might get one of us, but I thought it would be me."
He had committed himself to going to a Christmas party for orphans that Mary McRory, the Washington newswoman, put on every year, and he decided to fulfill that obligation. It was not far from the Justice Department, maybe 8 or 9 blocks. I remember people on the street looking at him. They hadn't seen him. He just had disappeared, just kind of watching him, and he went by them without even seeing them. We got to where the party was going to be. It was on the 2nd floor, and we went upstairs, and he walked in, and I can't tell you how melancholy he was, you know. And he walked in. The adults looked at him. There were a lot of kids, orphans. And one little kid, I think he was maybe about 6 years old, ran towards him, stopped in front of him, and looked up at him and said, "Your brother's dead. Your brother's dead." Well, every adult in that place just wanted to be somewhere else. The kid realized that, without knowing what it was, had said something. He realized he had said something wrong. He started to cry. And I'll never forget this. Bobby just reached down and grabbed him, pulled him up and held him very close to him, and said, "That's all right. I have another one."
Then in June of 1964, the family was dealt still another blow. Senator Edward Kennedy was seriously injured in a plane crash. His back was broken. For a time, the family feared the youngest Kennedy would not live. "Is it ever going to end for you people?" a reporter asked Robert Kennedy. "I was just thinking," he answered, "if my mother hadn't had any more children than her first 4, she would have nothing now. I guess the only reason we've survived is that there are more of us than there is trouble." The senator would remain hospitalized for 6 months.
The events of November 22nd of 1963, I really had to determine what direction I wanted to go in my own life, and I wanted to serve President Johnson and the administration for a period of time, but obviously my whole relationship with the administration, my relationship with the government had changed drastically because of those events. I didn't know whether I wanted to stay in government. I didn't know whether I wanted to teach. I didn't know whether some way that I'd like to go back to take some graduate courses and study and read a little while. So I was struggled with that for 5 or 6 months. And I knew that I was going to leave. It was just a question of when and where I was going to go. I finally decided that I'd like to stay in government, and decided to run for the United States Senate.
Over the past few weeks, many leading members of the Democratic and the Liberal parties here in the state of New York have talked to me about being a candidate for the United States Senate.
I know it's been dramatized that the torch was dropped and whether I picked it up. I think there were a lot of people who felt that they would like to carry on something that they felt very strongly and fervently about during that period of time, and I'm one of them.
You know, as I was touring upstate, I kept seeing these signs saying, "Go back home." Carpetbagger, go home, and now here I am.
problems when I was upstate. And people couldn't understand my accent. And I explained it was Glen Cove and Long Island. They don't know what you're saying. You say the cop went down the path, and they don't know what that means.
Mr. Kennedy, I'd like to ask you a question which seems to me very close to the heart of the matter, and if it sounds blunt, so be it. Aren't you really using New York State as a kind of jumping off place for your own presidential ambitions?
First, let me say, I have really two choices over the period of the last 10 months. I could have stayed in, I could have retired, and my father has done very well, and I could have lived off him. Frankly, I don't need the title, because I could be called general, I understand, for the rest of my life. I've been and I don't need the money, and I don't need the office space. So I would just, I mean, frank as it is, and maybe it's difficult to understand in the state of New York, I'd like to just be a good United States Senator. I'd like to serve. President Kennedy's favorite quote was really from Dante, that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in time of moral crisis preserve their neutrality.
I don't think he was a quintessential senator. I think he was a quintessential executive kind of person, a doer.
He was not very good at that stuff, I would say. You know, he got bored in the hearings, the minutiae of amendments, and because I think he understood that almost everybody else had another agenda that had to do with hometown business, campaign supporters, unions, corporations, causists of various kinds. You know, he never saw a lobbyist.
Politicians are half people, as a rule of 60% people. The other 40% is some putty that's trying to please and beg and plead and whine. You can't even have a drink with them. They're awful. It's a bad breed. He was almost a whole person, yes, which is a rarity in politics.
I think just that curiosity that he had, which was so important. You know, I would go in the morning and shave with him. He'd empty out the razor and give it to me. He was listening to Shakespeare. Now here's a guy who's running for president, and he's listening to who wants to learn constantly.
I mean, Robert Kennedy had a poetic dimension to him. I mean, he frequently read poetry. And he saw in the suffering and agony of mankind that the Greeks had written about and that the poets had written about for all of these centuries. He understood that. And he translated that poetry into his own political life by identifying with life's tragedies.
To me, one of the most amazing things about Bob Kennedy was that he took on the most violent and darkest forces in American life. He took on the Teamsters and the mob. He took on the Klan and the racists. He took on the military establishment over Vietnam. He went after the most entrenched, potentially violent institutions in American life, and he was never afraid.
If I have reason to believe that there's going to be a riot started and somebody tells me that there's going to be trouble if you don't stop them, then it's my duty to stop them.
Well, then you go out and arrest them?
Well, absolutely.
And charge them?
Charge them.
What do you charge them with?
Violating unlawful assemblage.
I think that's the most interesting. Who told you that they're going to riot?
The men right out in the field that they were talking to said, if you don't get them out of here, we're going to cut their hearts out. So rather than let them get cut, you remove the cause. You don't find no police brutality here. You've had nobody say that we beat anyone or anything like that. This is not Selma, Alabama.
Senator, could I finish my questioning here? I mean, this is the most interesting concept, I think, that you suddenly hear or talk about the fact that somebody makes a report about somebody's going to get out of order, perhaps violate the law, and you go in and arrest them. They haven't done anything wrong. How can you go arrest somebody if they haven't violated the law?
They're ready to violate the law. In other words, just like these labor people out here, they ask their attorney, what shall we do?
Could I suggest in the interim period of time, in the luncheon period of time, that the sheriff and the district attorney read the Constitution of the United States? This audience, I see both black and white faces. The basic question of whether we as black and white citizens in the United States are going to be able to live together, or whether we're going to divide ourselves into two armed camps. How can we say to a Negro in jail, when war comes, you will be an American citizen, but in the meantime, you're a citizen of Mississippi, and we cannot help you? How, by any moral standard, can we tell our Negro citizens, our forefathers brought your forefathers over here against their will, and we are going to make you pay for it? Yet isn't that just what this argument boils down to? The United States is dominated by white people, politically and economically. The question is whether we, in this position of dominance, are going to have not the charity, but the wisdom to stop penalizing our fellow citizens whose only fault or sin is that they were born.
In June of 1966, with Nelson Mandela in the third year of his prison sentence, Kennedy made a remarkable speech in South Africa which would inspire the anti-apartheid movement for the next 25 years.
Those who have made our own lives possible, those who have given us our traditions, haven't looked back to find out if whether what our color was, or what our religion was, or what our race was. They didn't look that way to us. Should we look to the future and say, we're not going to help you because you're a Negro? We're not going to help you because you're black? We're not going to help you because you're colored? Or we're not going to help you because you're Catholic or because you're a Jew? I say that's not in the Western tradition. The Western tradition believes in change. It believes facing up to the problems that face mankind and doing something about them. And that's what I think the youth of South Africa want to do, as well as the youth of the United States. And if any man claims the Negro should be content or satisfied, let him say he would willingly change the color of his skin and go to live in the Negro section of any of our major cities. I'm going to remain on as a United States Senator representing the state of New York, and I'm going to support the Democratic ticket in 1968 of President Johnson Hubert Humphrey. The question was whether I'm running for president and how much I'm going to win by.
As far as making a decision that I will run, or knowing that at some future time in the history of the United States I'm going to run for president, I don't. I mean, quite frankly, I don't. Just because I don't think that you can plan for the future at all. So I don't do it.
Well, of course, everybody has that, everybody knows that it'll all come to an end, but you can't plan your life that way.
Well,
you have to assume. You do?
Yeah.
The question was, how about President Johnson and me? What about it? What are you trying to start a fight or something? I said that in the past that I thought it was possible to have a coalition government in Saigon, but that doesn't mean it's possible here in the United States.
In the hall, and I overheard Bobby say to his father and mother, I'm going to run for the presidency. And there was not like this when he was running for the Senate. There was complete silence. And I looked at Mr. Kennedy, and he just dropped his head down in his chest. Bobby says, it's going to be all right. He said, it's going to be all right.
I am an announcing today my candidacy for the presidency of the United States. I do not run for the presidency merely to oppose any man, but to propose new policies. I run because I am convinced that this country is on a perilous course, and because I have such strong feelings about what must be done, and I feel that I'm obliged to do all that I can. I run to seek new policies. Policies to end the bloodshed in Vietnam and in our cities. Policies to close the gaps that now exist between black and white, between rich and poor, between young and old, in this country and around the rest of the world.
A political campaign is a dehumanizing ritual. Its only purpose is power and tends to bring out the worst in people. Sleep and privacy are elusive, and each day brings some new temptation to compromise a little. Take, for example, the offer from a Teamster official of a large cash contribution in return for going easy on Kennedy's old nemesis, Jimmy Hoffa.
During one of the times, one of the days that I was out there fairly earlier in the campaign, there was this member of the Teamsters that came down and who had been a great strong supporter of Jimmy Hoffa. Jimmy Hoffa had been in jail now. And you wanted to know if the Bureau of Prisons had recommended, after Bob was president, that they go easy on Hoffa. Would he agree not to override the Bureau of Prisons on that? I thought it was rather strange. I said, that's a long ways down the road, and how is the Bureau of Prisons going to come on up with this kind of recommendation? Didn't seem to. But evidently he knew something that we didn't know.
The Teamster said that Richard Nixon had already accepted the cash in return for leniency for Hoffa. Would Robert Kennedy do the same?
And I mentioned it to Bobby, and he said, you tell so-and-so, he knew the person, that if I get elected president, that not only is Hoffa not going to get out of jail, but there are going to be a lot more of them in jail. What else is going on today, Teddy?
Some people speculate in gold, a primary metal, and some people just go around speculating in primaries. The press asked for my reaction to the recent activities of the senator from New York. And I don't want to tell you all of my reaction this morning.
And people were, I'd never seen such hope before or since. In people's faces. There was an amazing spirit of hopefulness.
I saw how he was drawing crowds. I saw that he was a figure of adulation. Somehow he stirred in people things that hadn't been stirred even with his brother. And Gene McCarthy could never do that.
I don't know what I was thinking about that time, whether that was sort of a normal reaction to a politician, because you don't see that today. You know, I've been doing political campaigns now basically all my life, and I just don't see it. Maybe that happened before my father. It's almost impossible to think of it happening with a politician today.
When Senator Kennedy began campaigning in California in March, reporters were astonished by the reaction of crowds here. Those of us who had covered his late brother never encountered similar responses to John F. Kennedy until the last week of the 1960 campaign.
As you might have read, I've been involved in some of my own activities over the period of the last week, and I want to be able to report to my fellow Democrats that there's a very warm feeling sweeping the United States on behalf of my candidacy. Governor Maddox said he'd rather have Fidel Castro, for instance.
touched every once in a while, but I feel I am making progress with the White House and with the President. I went to see him, and we talked about pacification, we talked about a ceasefire, we talked about ending the struggle, and it was a nice conversation, and he told me if I came back the next week we might talk about Vietnam.
I don't want to be part of the United States. I don't want to be part of the American people and have them write of us as they wrote of Rome. They made a desert and they called it peace.
The communists in Vietnam are watching the New Hampshire primary. They're watching to see if we, here at home, have the same determination as our soldiers, Navy men, and Marines who are fighting in Vietnam. Don't vote for fuzzy thinking and surrender. Support our fighting men.
There will be many dark moments. There will be many long nights. And the words of a great, eloquent, trustee and protector of ours of another day. There will be blood, and there will be sweat, and there will be tears. But the principles that brought this nation into existence, the traditions which have guided us, the things in which we believe, the strength that we have, are going to be used.
You go first. You go first.
And to lift up the helpless, and to see that might doesn't make right in this world because aggressors start to march across any part of it.
We're going in there and we're killing South Vietnamese, we're killing children, we're killing women, we're killing innocent people because we don't want to have the war fought on American soil, or because they are 12,000 miles away and they might get to be 11,000 miles away. I very seriously question whether we have that right. Those of us who stay here in the United States, we must feel it. When we use napalm and when a village is destroyed, civilians are killed, this is also our responsibility. I stand with those who want a new effort to end the war in Vietnam and begin the long journey toward peace. We've dropped more bombs on North Vietnam and South Vietnam than we dropped in Germany during the whole Second World War. What else can you bomb? Who else can you kill? The commander of Ben Tre said, I had to destroy this village in order to save it. 38,000 people. I'm not blaming him, but I'm blaming me, and I'm blaming you. We are the American people, and we permitted that.
In 1963, the people in the Plattsburgh area paid $12 million. Taxes, schools.
There will be some nervous Nellies, and some who will become frustrated and bothered and break ranks under the strain. And some will turn on their leaders and on their country and on our own fighting men.
If my opponent had his way, stop it. Go ahead. Tell me. If my opponent had his way, your work area. Now let me see. I wonder if I need your help and support.
Good evening. Well, Senator Robert Kennedy has won the first primary test in his attempt to secure the Democratic nomination for the presidency.
I need your help and support in November.
Good evening. Robert Kennedy has won the Democratic primary in the state of Nebraska.
On Monday, June 3rd, Robert Kennedy pushed his worn, tired body through one last excruciating day, until at the end his flesh rebelled and he nearly collapsed. In 12 hours, he traveled 1,200 miles from Los Angeles to San Francisco to Long Beach and through Watts.
I think that probably I have to win here. I haven't dealt with percentages before, and I don't think it's very helpful at the moment. I've got to go because I got thousands of fans waiting for me, I hope.
Senator Kennedy, most of the vote seems to be from the north now. You've had experience in the state. How does it look to you in the southern section of the state, everything below the Tehachapi?
Well, I think it's very difficult because of the, it's not like the used to be 8 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 12 years ago. and maybe you wouldn't even know until tomorrow morning, but all of your electronic equipment knows much quicker than those of us in politics, so I can't really tell very much more than what I see on the various newsworks. News shows.
Newsworks, all right, but
is it?
If it works.
That's the end of the campaign.
But look, if you've been campaigning in the state, you have been campaigning on the basis of strength in the South, have you not? These are your people, in a sense.
Yes, but we did a lot of work. I would hope that before it's finished in the north and in San Francisco that we would do well up there. I don't think, I've actually heard some of the projections of some areas, but I would hope that we'd also do well in the north.
Hasn't there been a fairly consistent pattern, though, of Senator McCarthy doing well in the higher income groups than you have been able to?
Yes, yes.
What do you think accounts for this?
Well, I think that I think the great divisions in the country at the present moment are between those who are less affluent, our black citizens, Mexican Americans, and those who are poor, whites, and the rest of the United States. They feel that they've been disenfranchised, or that they have no association or identification with the United States government or with our society. That's the division. The division is, because particularly as Richard Nixon is the nominee of the Republican Party, which I think is unacceptable to the country. And I have strong disagreements, as I say, with Hubert Humphrey and the position that he espouses, and particularly what he said this week, that he would step aside if Lyndon Johnson then decides that he wants to run, that he'll then step aside. That I don't understand.
You thought that was fairly shoddy politics, I tell you.
No, again, Roger, I don't think that you're either in it or you're not in it. And you don't say, I'm in the middle of it and I want these delegates to support me. But if somebody else steps in, I'm going to step aside. That doesn't make any sense. At least it doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Are some of the delegates that are listed as leaning or even committed to the vice president, are they squeezable? Are they solid?
Roger, you use the expression.
Well, isn't that the way you talk behind closed doors?
No, I don't. Maybe somebody else does.
But I mean, are they still up for grabs, even though they're listed?
I'm going to make an effort with them, although they are listed. And it's the first really opportunity that I've had at all, because I've been involved in these various primaries.
Thank you. I'll work on my language for the next time, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's going to do it for me tonight, folks. I'm tired, and I gotta get my daughter off to school in about an hour and a half, so I'm going to be staying up. But I just wanted to play that much for you, and I'll leave the link for the rest of it down below. It's a really good video, but yeah, it's sad. You know, I remember when that happened. I was came to my mom's that day. My dad dropped me off for school, I believe, and this was on, you know, the whole thing where the senator needs a doctor and all that. And I was mad because my cartoons weren't. But then when I found out what it was about, I was very sad, and I've been very sad ever since that day. It was like the last chance we had. But I'm going to say goodnight, probably with a song, and I will be back next week, hopefully on Saturday. Take care. And I'll see you down the road, folks.
that I was by the sea, gazing with tranquility. Then the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. Then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. Hurdy-gurdy, 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 Sam. Hurdy-gurdy, 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 Sam. Hurdy-gurdy, 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 Sam. Histories of ages past, unenlightened shadows cast down through all eternity to crying of humanity. This then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. Then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. Hurdy-gurdy, 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 sang. Hurdy-gurdy, 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 sang.
I've been stuffed in your pocket for the last 100 days. When I don't get my laugh, I take it out on the slaves. So grease up your baby for the ball on the hill. I polish them rockets now and swallow those pills and sing.